Hey, Arindam, Sandeep here. I was not speaking anything, so obviously it is not audible. Is it clear now? Hello? Is it any better? Arindam, any improvement? Okay, so is it audible now? Good to go basically. Okay, Arindam, I think only you have joined so far, so let's wait for a few others and then we can start maybe at 6, 5 something. And in the meantime, do you have a mic? I've unmuted you. Hey, Arindam, I was not speaking anything because only you are there. So we are basically waiting. Meantime, I was just checking whether you have mic so that maybe we can speak rather than talking through this question box. Little surprising. I mean, maybe it is Saturday. Usually on Saturdays, attendance is little low because many people work. I'm not. Everyone is in IT, but still only you have joined. So I'm not sure what to do. So only Arindam and Niharika are there, but I don't think we should wait because it's already 6:05. So let's start. I hope it is fine with Arindam and Niharika as in terms of audio and visual. Everything is fine and we are good to go. Can I get confirmation from Arindam and Niharika? Arindam says yes. What about Niharika? Can you confirm on question box? Niharika says yes. Okay. So today basically we are here to discuss economics 2, but as you might be aware, in last class we couldn't finish all 5 sections in economics 1. So we are going to output and cost, and then we'll switch to economics 2, which again will be economics microeconomics itself, because last time also I told you that in entire economics it's probably defined as micro versus macro. Micro is when you are sitting in a corporate office trying to understand what should be the production level, what should be the pricing and those sort of things. That's why we discuss elasticity and all those things in microeconomics. And within elasticity we discussed what will be its price elasticity, what will be income elasticity, how is demand curve, how is supply curve, what kind of market is there, that is it perfect competition, is it monopoly. So all those different kind of markets we discussed last time little briefly, and we discussed the concept of deadweight loss. This time we will discuss all those markets, basically 4 markets: perfect competition, then monopolistic competition, oligopoly and monopoly. That all those 4 type of markets we will discuss, and what is the difference in different kind of markets. And then towards the end we'll switch a little bit towards inflation, which is a macro concept. So macro is basically what we do sitting in Delhi or New York or London, basically a central banker's office or a finance minister's office. So that is macro. When you talk about job, when you talk about employment, inflation, fiscal policy, monetary policy, all those things are known as macroeconomic policy, macroeconomics, and which is probably maybe a little more interesting than macro, because if any one of you are MBA, then the economics, one part of it you might have studied in a subject called managerial economics. So this part of economics is for managers, and the other part of economics is for a central banker as well as finance minister. So let's go to output and cost. Hello. There is some Arjun, actually there is some noise which is coming in the background. I don't know why that is coming. Some background is in ESM that let me go to talk. Not sure what happened. Anyways, good to go. So anyway, so let's think of what is marginal product and what is average product. So this example, if you are deploying one worker, he total produces 5 output. So what is the marginal output for that worker is 5, and what is the average? Obviously, average of 1% is same as the marginal. So one person produces 5 units, marginal product of that first person is 5 units, and average product is 5. Now the second person comes, the total output becomes 7. So obviously, it's understanding is that he might have, the second person might have produced 10. So that 10 units is marginal product of second worker, and the average product, as you can see, has increased from 5 to 7.5. So you might have understood 3 concepts here. One is marginal product, second is average product, and third is total product. Now the third person, the total product becomes 22, which also means that marginal product is basically 7. So this third worker has actually produced another 7 units. Now average product has come 22 divided by 3, 7.3. Similarly 4, 6, then 4 and 2. So there are few patterns here, so which you need to understand. One, you see initially it increased from 5 to 10, and then from 10 it came down to 7, 6, 4 and 2. Similarly, average product increased from 5 to 7.5, and then from 7.5 it started coming down. Now you will see average product was maximum when marginal product was maximum. After that it started diminishing. This is the concept of diminishing returns. Maybe you can take example of a big factory, which is, let's say, 1,000 square feet kind of a factory, basically any government factory. So if you deploy one person in that factory might produce 10 certs in a month. The second person, because they can distribute some work collectively rather than 20, they might actually produce 25, because efficiency comes. Similarly, as you will increase the number of workers, the average output will continue increasing. Why? Because they can do some distribution of work. So some person will only do stitching, some person will do the cutting and those sort of things. But what happens is, in a 1,000 square feet kind of a factory, if we put, let's say, 100 people, beyond a point, that efficiency gain will not be there. In fact, it will start coming down drastically. So this pattern you need to understand, that marginal product, maybe you can note it somewhere, that marginal product initially increases and then later on decreases. Similarly, average products increases and then it starts decreasing. So this is what we are trying to understand here. Is it clear? If you have any question, you can write in question box. So the same thing, which we discussed in the previous slide, now we are discussing in terms of graph. So total products, output certs per day is increasing, but as you can see, After some time it is almost starts getting flattened. Similarly, marginal product, initially it increases from 8 to 12 and then it starts coming down. So net increasing marginal returns. Finally what happens is when it starts decreasing, the average output also starts almost flattening. I mean, think from this table. Marginal product initially increases and then starts decreasing. Average product increases and then it starts decreasing. Now, this is very important. Maybe you can highlight it somewhere. What you can see that this is AP, average product curve, and this is MP. When MP line is above AP, every MP is actually increasing AP. And then once MP becomes below AP, the AP starts flattening. So basically, when MP is greater than AP, AP will rise. Why? Because marginal product will pull up AP curve upwards. Similarly, when MP is less than AP, AP will fall. Rather than maybe looking at graph, you think of this table again. What happens is, now marginal product is 10. Person was doing. Obviously, average product has increased. AP actually down to 7. Now, sir brings down the AP. Then 4. It further brings down the AP. So same. Arindam is asking, how are you getting marginal product? See, how are you getting? What is marginal product? Is that clear? How are you getting? Obviously, what is the next person is doing it on a standalone basis? What is the net increase in the overall product, total product, when new person is getting added? So, one person was producing 5. 2 person is producing 15. So this basically means marginal product of second person is basically 10. 3 people producing 22. What does that mean? It means the third person is producing 7 units. So that is the marginal product. Okay. Yes, sure, Arindam. So this is the graph which you can highlight somewhere. I mean, in terms of graph, it is easy, but maybe in these line terms, you should be able to understand it. When MP is greater than AP, MP is greater than AP, your AP will continue increasing. When MP becomes less than AP, your AP will start coming down. Now, operating cost. Let's take example of, I mean, many of you might have organized some parties in your college days, where meantime Ashok has joined. Ashok, is your, I mean, voice and those things are clear? You are able to hear? Ashok, you can answer in question box. Okay. So tell Ashok replies, maybe we can room party, but let's say 20. What does that mean? This 5,000 is irrespective of whether you go ahead with the party, whether one person come, whether 100%. So this is the fixed cost. Now what happens is, he is saying 5,000 is like basically using the floor. I mean, charges for using the floor. Okay, fair enough. And then what about the people cost? Every person has to pay 250 rupees, which is a buffet plus maybe little liquor here and there. Okay. So net that becomes variable cost. So think of overall cost is equal to 5,000 plus n times 250. Why n times 250? Because 250 is per person cost. So let's say 10 people are coming, that 250 into 10 plus 5,000 is this. So this total fixed cost is that 5,000. Total variable cost is n into 250. Total cost becomes TFC plus TVC. Is that clear? Okay. Now, marginal cost is again what is the incremental unit divided by incremental cost, while the total cost is TC plus TFC plus TVC. Now, average cost is basically all these things divided by quantity produced. Right. Now, the same example where we are talking about party. Let's say one person is coming. What will be the total fixed cost? 5,000. What will be the average fixed cost? 5,000 divided by 1. So that one person is paying the entire fixed cost. Now if two people are coming, what is happening? Total fixed cost divided by 2. That means 2,500 per person. So you can understand that TFC will be a downward sloping. As more and more people will come, that average fixed cost which you have paid upfront as deposit for using floor will start coming down. So TFC is a downward type of kind of a curve. While TV's average variable cost is kind of fixed. It's a flattened thing. And average total cost, because one line is downward sloping and another is like a parallel thing, overall it will be downward sloping, but maybe not that much downward sloping as TFC is, right? And what is sunk cost? Can anybody explain? Let's say the same guy who has gone to pub 1, on the way he sees another pub and he feels it is much better than the previous one. Now that guy has already paid an advance of a token money of 500 rupees. Now he is trying to evaluate whether project 1 is better, pub 1 is better or pub 2 is better. So he is evaluating both the cost and this thing, and then next to him is his economist friend. He is saying that 500 rupees you will not get. So that is a sunk cost that you cannot incur. That factor you need to analyze while evaluating project 2, because in project 2 that 500 cost will extra come. Why? Because you cannot get it from pub 1. In that sense it is sunk cost. Though on paper it looks like pub 2 is cheaper, but the fact is because Arindam is saying which cannot be incurred. No, it's basically which will not be returned. It's already spent. Yes. Yes. So it is already incurred. Whether you go in pub 1 or pub 2 doesn't matter. That deposit in 500 is gone. So in that sense, that is sunk cost. So usually it is excluded from calculation point of view because this cost is irrespective of your project decision. Now coming to the same TFC, TVC and all those things in terms of a real example. So in this total fixed cost, rather than the 5,000 rupees which we were talking about, let's say they have taken 200 rupees. Total variable cost, as you will see, is actually instead of 250 rupees constant, it's basically, I mean, for 3 people 100, for 5 people 200, for 9 people 300. Actually ABC is coming down little bit, but mostly it is increasing as the number of people are increasing, but maybe not at the same rate. So for 0 people obviously variable cost will be 0, for 3 people 100 and such like this, and similarly. So TC becomes TFC plus TVC, right? So this is 200, 300, this thing. AFC is average fixed cost, which is again 0 divided by 0 and like this. So you will see that AFC is always coming down. ABC is initially increasing, then again decreasing, then increasing. So I mean, they have, in this case they have just given it. So ATC is this plus this, because one factor is surely coming down, net it will come down, right? Similarly, marginal cost is what is the incremental cost of these people. So this is 100 rupees extra for these 3 people divided by 3 people, so 33. Another 2 people, total cost is 400, that means another 100 rupees. So 50 is the marginal cost. From 5 to 9, 4 people extra, what is the total cost? It has increased by 100 units. So 4 divided by 100 is 25. So there are 3-4 things to be understood here. One, that AFC is coming down. That's clear. ABC initially increasing, then decreasing, maybe again increasing. So I mean, it can be anything. Usually it increases and then further continuously decreases, and depending on project it can be anything. ATC will, because of AFC factor, it will slowly come down, but not at the same rate at which AFC is coming, because ABC might increase, might not increase, or might be same kind of a thing. And MC, for increasing MC, calculating MC, you need to be very, very calculative. I mean, you cannot find a pattern, because you will see from 0 to 3 people extra, what is the increase in total cost, not fixed cost or the variable cost. Total cost has increased by 100, from 200 to 300. So 300 rupees extra for 3 people extra. So that means marginal cost is 33. Another 100 rupees extra for another 4 people. That means for 2 people. So marginal cost is 50, and like this. From 14 to 15, 1% extra, 100 rupees extra, so marginal cost is 100. Is that clear to everyone? Okay, so same thing we are trying to show in job. So total fixed cost is constant. AFC would have come down. So fixed cost is 200 rupees, that is fixed. TVC will always increase as the number of people will increase, because this is total, this is not average. And TC will be this plus this, so initially it will be high and slowly it will start converging towards TVC. What does that mean? Towards latter half of the production schedule, as you will increase the number of units produced, maximum portion of cost is your variable cost. So fixed cost as a percentage of your total cost starts becoming less and less. Initially, in initial few units, entire cost was almost like fixed cost. While toward as the number of units will increase, this variable cost will become higher portion of your total cost. But one thing none of you have asked, that is total fixed cost always constant? So in economics, whenever we talk about total fixed cost being constant, we typically talk of up to certain units. So obviously, let's say from 20 people you are trying to float a party for 20,000 people. You obviously cannot do it in that particular form. You have to move to a maybe more open space in a big resort or something. Then total fixed cost from 5,000 it might go to 5 lakhs. But maybe up to 50 people or 100 people, that will be sufficient. In that sense, TFC is constant. But it is only constant up to a certain level. After that, obviously, it will increase. But it will go to next bracket. From there, in that bracket again, it will be constant. So that is why the concept of fixed cost. While variable cost is basically per person cost kind of a thing. Per person of product cost. Okay, is that clear? Okay. So marginal cost, you will see initially it is decreasing, then increasing. AFC is always coming down. Why? Because as more and more people will come, the average fixed cost, which is basically fixed cost per person, will continue coming down. ABC, you will say initially it is coming down, then it is increasing. This concept, this portion is basically economies of scale, and another portion is diseconomies of scale. Can you guys explain what is economies of scale and diseconomies of scale? See, basically economies of scale, as you will understand, if from 100 units you will increase the production to 200 units, most probably your cost will not increase beyond the point. But what happens is, let's say if you want to produce 10 lakh units, probably you need to go to a different plot altogether, and then you might not get raw material at the same price because that much raw material is not available in your town, so you might need to export it from somewhere. So what happens is, beyond a point, if you continue increasing production, your average cost starts increasing. And mind you, here we are only talking about variable cost. So ATC, as you will understand, is basically AFC plus ABC, because AFC is always coming down, ABC initially coming down, and later on going up, right? So ATC, it comes down and then it goes up because this is ABC plus AFC. But one thing you need to understand, maybe you guys can make a note somewhere, that marginal cost curve cuts ABC and ATC at its minimum point. So MC always cuts ATC and ABC. Basically, this graph is little wrong. Maybe this red line should have come from here because this is the minimum point. So from here, and in the blue line again, this is the minimum point. So in both the places, MC cuts. You can highlight it as important concept. MC always cuts ATC and ABC at their minimum point. So again, we have discussed that AFC is downward sloping, highlighted as important. ATC and ABC are U-shaped. ATC follows ABC. ABC increases after initial fall. So we discussed vertical distance between ATC and ABC. So what is the this distance is what? This distance is nothing but AFC. Why? Because ATC is basically AFC plus ABC. So difference between ABC and ATC is nothing but AFC. Right? So difference between blue and black line is green line. Okay. Similarly, MC declines initially, then increases. MC intersects ABC and ATC at their minimum points. Okay. Now we are talking about product curves and cost curves. Marginal leads average. This is the same concept which we discussed here. Right? This MP curves. If MP is more than AP, your AP is increasing. If MP is less than AP, it is decreasing. Your AP is coming down. That is the concept we are trying to discuss here. Right? As MP is above AP, AP is continuously increasing. From the point MP comes down below AP, your AP starts falling. Right? Similarly, your MC curve, when MC is greater than ABC, your ABC is increasing, and then the moment MC comes below ABC, your MC becomes above ABC, your ABC starts increasing. So marginal leads average, again we can highlight it somewhere. Okay, so maybe again we'll take one example, then you will understand this concept of marginal average which we discussed in the first example itself. Think of, there are two factors here. One is labor and another is machines. So in factor of production, basically there is capital, there is labor, and there is productivity, there is basically technology, which is machines you can think of. So forget about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 machines here. Think there is only one machine. So what happens is 40 hours of labor. I mean, forget about labors. Think of forget about hours. Think of it as 40 people working. So 40 people working, 6 units they are producing. 48 people, 8 units. 56 people, 11 units. 64 people, 30 units, like this, right? So this is increasing from 6 to 8 to 11 to 13 to 15 to 16. But what you will see, initially only increase of 8 units have increased production of 2 units. Another 8 units, 3 units. Another 8 units, 2 units. Another 16 units, 2 units. And another 8 units, 1 unit. What does that mean? That productivity initially increases and then it starts coming down. That marginal product of labor is initially increasing from 6 to 8, 2 units for every 8 hours, 8 people, then 3 units for 8 people, then only 2 people. So marginal product is initially increasing and then decreasing. This is in this line. Is that clear to everyone? We have discussed this concept. Okay. Now what happens is, maybe you can keep labor hour constant and start increasing the machines. Right? So think of only as 40 laborers working, and instead of one machine you are adding one more machine. So what happens is 3 more units. So that 3 more units become the marginal product of second machine. From another 3, another 1 unit, 3 more. Another 1, then 2. Another 1, 2. Then another 1, only 1. So what happens is again MC increasing and then MP increasing and then coming down. Marginal product is increasing and then coming down. So this is on the machine side and this is on the labor side. Even overall level you can understand it. Okay. So keeping labor hours constant, there is only 1 unit of extra for MP when the 6th sieving machine is added, lower than the previous marginal product. And this concept of initially increasing and then further coming down is this MP comes down after some point is concept in economics, they call it law of diminishing returns. Okay. I think you guys will do some questions, then you will understand it's not that tough a thing. Most of it is common sense. The only thing is we are talking in economics jargon. Okay, so now we are discussing cost curves. The cost curves are two kind of cost curves. One is short run and another is long run. In short run is basically where you don't have time to change everything. So basically at least one input is fixed. In long run is basically you can change anything depending on the demand, supply, and whatever is the best thing to do. Between long run, there is initially it is downward sloping and then upward sloping. Now what is downward sloping? As you will continue increasing the number of units being produced, your cost will start coming down. Maybe think of oil production. Let's say Reliance trying to produce oil in the basin of, KG basin in Andhra. What happens is, if let's say they only want to produce 1 liter, 1 barrel of oil or natural gas, their cost will be at least $1 million. So first barrel is $1 million. 2 barrel maybe 1.1 million, right? 10, 1.2, 1000 maybe 1.5. So what happens is that initially as you will increase the production, your overall cost will not increase up to that point. Let's say they reach up to 60 million, which is their potential they are claiming, maybe 45 million. After that, if they will try to produce more, they have to probably dig so deep that their cost will start increasing because that much capacity is not there. So what happens is from that period, their cost curve starts going up, and that concept is known as diseconomies of scale. So maybe you guys can highlight this as economies of scale and diseconomies of scale, which you can see from here. So this, as you will increase the output, your cost will initially decrease and then it will start increasing. And mind you, we are talking about LRATC, long run average total cost. So downward sloping LRATC occurs due to economies of scale, while upward sloping happens due to diseconomies of scale. Okay, can anybody explain me what is economies of scope? Have you studied anybody? Economies of scale you might have understood somewhere, maybe in your MBA or somewhere, but has anybody heard economies of scope? You guys there? Meantime, Arindam, Ashok, Kapil, Karthik, Niharika, Sriraj, Thumi, and Sudalikan. Ashok says no. Arindam says yes. Karthik says no. Okay. So at least you guys, at least all of you are expected to say yes if you are getting it. We are not able to hear you. Siraj, Siraj is saying that audio is not that good. What about others? Karthik says audio is good. Arindam says true. Voice breaking and becoming slow. Siraj is saying. Nyata is saying audio is not very clear. But then if it is not clear, then why didn't you stop me? Okay, Ashok is saying voice breaks at times. At least today, so far I have not seen any disconnection. Usually in the 5 hours lecture, I at least get 3-4 disconnects. So not sure if, I can't say whose end problem is, but whenever you guys are facing a problem you're not able to get it, you can expect me to stop and then you can try a few things. Is it okay as of now? Maybe it is breaking sometimes. It's basically a net-based connection, right? So at any end, whether your end or at my end, if there is any disruption in the connectivity, that voice will go. Is it good to go as of now? Or not very clear? Yarka says yes. Ashok says yes. Okay. Arindam says still the same. Maybe Arindam, if I mean 2-3 others are saying Karthik says yes. Arindam, maybe you can check a few things at your end because other people are saying it is good. Okay, we were discussing. Siraj, just now, I mean, everyone else is saying it is clear. So Arindam is having some difficulties and Siraj is saying, I mean, struggling, unable to hear. Not sure what to do, actually. If you guys suggest, I can probably disconnect and try again, but given that few of you are saying it is good, I'll assume things are not, problems at least as of now is not at mine. Siraj, you're just not able to hear anything, or it's just very slow, or it's just sometimes you're able to hear it perfectly and sometimes just goes away. Siraj is saying voice is breaking. Other people, I mean, just maybe once more you can confirm. If you guys are okay, then I'll surely go ahead, because then I'll request Siraj to do a few things. Apart from Arindam and Siraj, what about others? Are they able to hear me? Hello? You guys there? Ram is saying yes, please. That means Ashok is saying yes. Arindam, Siraj, I mean, I'll request you guys to maybe disconnect and try once more. Okay. Meantime, I'll continue with the slides. When at least half of you are saying that there is a problem, then I'll maybe do something. I hope Arindam and Siraj will understand. Anyways, so we were discussing economies of scope. Economies of scope is basically a concept where you, because let's say Reliance is producing oil from at the deep sea level. I mean, hypothetically, nothing to laugh about it. Because their ships are going, they can also get into fishing industry, or maybe any related industry, maybe merchant ships and those sort of things. So because you are in one kind of business, from that business you are in a situation to explore opportunities or utilize opportunities in other segments. That concept is known as economies of scope. So this is different from economies of scale, where you are in the same business, as the number of the level of output increases, your cost starts coming down. That concept is known as economies of scale. While economies of scope is because you are producing one product, you can produce another product cheaply. That concept is known as economies of scope. Okay. So maybe questions, please, all of you. And meantime, let me check with Sriraj and Arindam. I have unmuted Sriraj and Arindam. So if you guys have mic, then maybe you can do the testing. Sriraj, do you have mic? And others, please do these questions. Arindam and Sriraj, do you guys have mic? I might hear a lot of noise, so at least one of them have. Arindam says no. Hello, who's there? Sriraj?
Yeah, Sriraj here, yes. Shruti, 1 minute.
Sriraj, I can hear you. I can hear your relatives as well. So
okay.
I mean, audio is clear. For me, it is very clear. I can hear you properly. What about you?
Yeah, now it's okay, but otherwise it's breaking during the slides. It's actually
okay.
Good for something, breaks again, good for something like that.
Okay, okay. Might be. I mean, see, I mean, probably technology-wise more illiterate than you are. So not sure. I mean, if you suggest anything which I can do, and that might help, please let me know. Otherwise, that's fine. Okay. So we are going through these questions. Please do question number 1 and 2. See, first question is, I mean, there is not, basically they are expecting you to calculate the overall cost. So total units is 150 units, right? They are expecting you to calculate the most economical method. So how will you calculate the most economical method? Whichever method is cheaper to do that, cheaper in terms of producing the same units. So since both are producing 150 units, basically you need to understand which is having the lower total cost. So cost in manual method is 220, which is the labor, multiplied by cost of labor, which is 20, plus 50 into 550. Similarly, in automated method is 10 into 20 plus 120 into 550. If you guys have calculator, maybe you guys can do quickly. Otherwise, so on a high level, you can see, because second method is using most of capital, which is very costly, right? At least 20 times costlier. On a high level, yes, I mean, Arindam, you are right. It is basically 20 into 220 plus 50 into 550. That is first method's cost, and second method's cost is 10 into 20 plus 120 into 550. So Arindam says 3190 is the cost of manual method, and it requires this thing. So please answer to everyone. Can you guys confirm? Otherwise, we can do it in Excel or something. Others are trying to solve it, or they're just waiting for answers. Hello. Niharika, Thomi, Sudaikan, Ram, Kartik, Kapil, Ashok. Hello. Hello. You guys there? Arindam says yes, but what about others? I mean, no one else is responding. Ram says okay, but what is the answer, Ram? Are you solving it? Kartik says yes. But what is the answer? Anyways, first was the easy question. I think most of you will be able to solve it. So let's move to question number 2. Marginal product is at maximum at a point where average product is at minimum. Average variable cost is at minimum. Or see, as you will know, marginal product is maximum when average product is at maximum. So that way it is, I mean, 1 and 2, 1 is wrong. Similarly, if the variable cost is minimum, come to this. Marginal product is maximum when marginal cost is minimum. So this is the MC curve. So answer for the second question becomes C. Question number 3, please. To me, do you have a question? If any one of you have a question, then you can type in the question box. On your screen, you can see, I mean, between polls and audio, there is a box, question box, where you can type your questions or queries or answers. Right. What about question number 3, 4 and 5? This is basically we have discussed last time. If you guys remember, what was the economic profit is basically both fixed cost, explicit cost and implicit cost. So here total revenue was 6 lakhs. Total cost is 4,20,000. She has foregone a job which is basically an opportunity cost for her, so that is 50,000, right? So another 50,000 is gone, which is she has left that salary, and she has also used equity, which obviously you never calculate interest on equity in your balance sheet, but in economic profit concept you calculate, because you could have easily put that equity in some fixed income kind of a scheme and you would have got some interest. So here that equity which she has put is equivalent to 5 lakhs, and in 5 lakhs she would have got 12% interest. So that becomes 60,000 interest she would have received on her equity, which she is not receiving because she has invested that in this project. So total revenue is 6 lakhs. Total cost, which is explicit cost, which includes rents, interior decoration and all those stuff, interest on capital, which includes debt also, debt cost, is 4,20,000. Another 50,000 is the salary which she has foregone, and another 60,000 is the interest cost which she could have got from equity, but she is not getting because that equity is invested in that project. So let that becomes at 6 lakhs minus 4,20,000 minus 50 minus 60. That becomes 70,000, right? So Arjun gets it right, Ram gets it right. What about others? Hello, you guys there or not? I'm not sure, because today most of you are not responding. What about Sudhaikan here? Or Niharika? Kapil? Hello? Ashok says, I understood. Karthik says A. No, it will be 70, right? Maybe he's talking about Karthik. You might have done a little miscalculation here, because anyways, I'm moving to question number 4. Karthik, please let me know if you've not understood. It's very simple. 6 lakhs minus 4,20,000 minus 50 minus 60. 60 is that interest cost on the equity. So if you 6 minus 420 minus 50 minus 60 is basically 70,000. Right. Question number 4. Which of the following most accurately describes relationship between MC, ABC and ATC? See, marginal cost initially declines and intersects ATC at its lowest point. Post that MC falls. No, MC increases. So 4 becomes B. In last class you guys were asking how which all graphs are important. So technical answer is every graph is important, but maybe out of 100 graphs you can do without remembering, let's say 95 or 98 graphs, but there are 3, 4, 5 graphs which I will highlight. So this is one of those graphs which you need to kind of remember, because there is usually a lot of questions. Though maybe if you do some numbers and try to plot this graph, you can understand it. But usually in exam you don't have such time and luxury, right? So on a high level you guys need to remember this is a very important graph, because theoretical questions comes on this. So MC, you will see I've highlighted that MC always cuts ATC and ABC at their minimum point. So this is the minimum point for ABC and this is the minimum point for ATC. What happens is MC is initially falling, right? It cuts ATC and ABC at the minimum point, and after that ATC and MC both are increasing. Right, so answer becomes fourth is B. Mean time Siraj is answering third as 70,000, which is right. Okay, so coming to question number 5, please. This is about marginal product. What is the increase in output, which is 200 units? And how many additional workers? 10 workers. So it's basically, 200 units per day divided by 10 workers. So marginal output per worker becomes 20 units per day. I think it was easy. Okay, so now most of you have started responding. Meantime, Niharika is not around still. Okay, we are moving to question number 6, 7 and 8. 7th was easy, I believe. 5th. What about question number 6? Sixth, again, I had explained, again, you will remember, this is the only section probably where you will straight away get question on your understanding of graphs. So here you will see AFC is downward sloping, ABC is U-shaped, ATC is U-shaped. So sixth answer is A. AFC is downward sloping and ATC and ABC are U-shaped. Is that clear? As you will understand, the only AFC continuously increases and ATC is nothing but ABC plus AFC. So net ATC follows ABC because it keeps on adding AFC. Now question number 7, please. See, anything when it comes to sorry. Siraj is saying question number 6 is which of the following least accurately describes. So I have not even read other options and questions clearly. So A is correct, B is wrong, C is again correct, right? So answer will be basically 6B, right? So I have not read least accurately correctly. So answer will be B because A and C is correct while B is wrong. Thanks, Sriyaz. We have missed this part, least accurately. So 7th is marginal product of capital is additional unit for output for additional unit of capital, keeping labor constant. So seventh becomes C. Again, it's a common sense kind of a concept where, see, anything marginal is basically marginal output of anything is additional unit of output for additional unit of that thing, keeping everything else constant. So if you are talking about marginal product of capital, it is additional units of output for keeping labor and other things constant. Similarly, if let's say marginal product of labor, it will be additional units of output for keeping other things like capital, etc. constant. So seventh is C, and eighth is long run. LRITC, we have seen it is U shape. As economy of scale causes downward slope and diseconomy is an upward slope. So eighth is A. Okay, I think it is clear to everyone. So with this we have closed economics 1, right, and then we'll move to economics 2. Good to go? Or you guys want to take a 1 or 2 minute break? Hello? Items is 5 minutes. No, 5 minutes we cannot afford because technically we are starting up today's session just now. Right? So let's make it 2 minutes and then we'll come back. I'm back and we are starting economics 2. This is continuation of discussion we had last week. So in economics 2 we will discuss perfect competition, monopoly, then monopolistic competition, oligopoly, then factors of production, and then this last is basically inflation, which might be very relevant in today's for today's India, and it basically is a section of macro, interesting also. So that is the agenda for today. Now, what is perfect competition? Can you guys give me an example of perfect competition in India? Think of telecom, especially I mean mobiles. So Airtel, Vodafone, Uninar, there are at least 10 banks. Yes, I mean in a sense perfect competition, but still there. I mean it's more like monopolistic competition. So in smaller segments, especially saving rates, you will see that still it is not deregularized, right? So I mean still banks nowadays is more or less close to perfect competition. Probably mobile, this telecom is better example. So Airtel, everything is competing with each other. Any product is launched, Uninar launches 40 paisa STD, immediately within 2-3 days everyone else launches the same because they cannot afford. Why? Because for customer that differentiation is not there. For the urban cars will not be perfect competition because still there is little differentiation. So in a smaller segment people will go for Maruti, in higher segment, mid segment probably will go for Honda something. So perfect competition, let's discuss it one by one. I mean obviously it has characteristics of competition, but it's not like perfect competition. Where switching from one product to another product is almost immaterial for people. So even 1 paisa difference in cost, they will switch from one place to another. So net characteristics of perfect competition is large number of buyers and sellers, no major differentiation, firms become price takers. What does that mean? That firms are basically not deciding the price, it is the consumer which is kind of deciding. And theoretically, again you need to understand all these sections are 4 different pillars in theory. So nothing is exactly like perfect competition, though a lot of things will be closer to that. So when they say demand curve becomes almost perfectly elastic, it simply means even if you increase little bit of price, demand for your product will disappear. So let's say tomorrow Vodafone says rather than 50 paisa, I will make it to 60 paisa, and if everyone else is at 50 paisa, technically it should come down to 0. So people will simply leave Vodafone, will go to Airtel or Reliance or something else, right? So that is the concept of perfect elasticity, that you cannot even increase your price by an inch. Why? Because your demand will simply disappear. So that is this perfect elastic. So this you can highlight. No major differentiation you can highlight. They are price takers, you can highlight. Market price will equal to be the ATC, average total cost in long term. Again, this you can highlight. So as long as people are able to match their average cost, I mean that is the effort, that is the cost they will charge. So buyers and sellers are well informed about price, perfect information. Net what happens is in perfect competition, no firms make economic profit. So you guys can write it somewhere. Each firm sees a perfectly elastic demand curve, firm is a price taker, and no one makes economic profit. Now what happens is, think of an individual company, profit maximizing output for a price taker. Now this price is fixed. This is demand curve is perfectly elastic. So price is fixed in that market. Now for a company, their marginal cost will increase. Now what happens is, they will produce a quantity where their marginal cost is equal to that marginal revenue, which is the price. That is, so for Airtel it is, let's say 10 million users, for Vodafone it might be 20 users, it depends upon their production curve. They will produce up to that point, beyond which producing any additional output will cost them more than the revenue, and they cannot do anything on the MR side. That price is fixed. So for companies are price takers, so in that sense, profit maximizing firm will produce optimum quantity Q when MC is equal to MR is equal to price. Okay, you guys can again highlight it as an important concept. If firms keeps increasing production after Q, what will happen? Their marginal cost will be more than marginal revenue, and net there is no point in doing that because you will incur in economic losses. Okay, so now what is economic profit? Economic profit is total revenue minus opportunity cost of production. So what happens is, now again, here we are talking about two cases: short run profit maximizing marginal approach, short run profit maximization total approach. So if this is the revenue which company is getting and this is the cost, marginal cost, so this difference is basically what company is getting as economic profit in short run, right? So this is the economic profit, and this is from marginal point of view. This graph is MCMR. Same graph you can think of TC and TR, total cost, total revenue. So wherever difference between TC and TR is more, after this point you are seeing the difference between TC and TR is decreasing. That means their profit is decreasing. At this point it becomes zero. After this it actually starts into overall economic loss. So to maximize profit, they should produce a quantity where difference between TC and TR is maximum. That point will be basically where MC cuts MR. MC is equal to MR, because after that point, that every additional product will cost you more than the price. So overall profit will start coming down. So this is that point where your overall profit is maximum. The difference between TC and TR is maximum. Okay. So again, you guys can highlight it somewhere. Either they have to, if they have, any company have to increase the profit, they have to make it MR is equal to MC is equal to price, or in terms of overall, it has to be maximum of TC, TR minus TC. Now, what happens is, and see, this economic profit was in short run. Now, what happens in a perfect competition, because there is no entry barrier, anybody can enter into a business. So what will happen? They will see that firm A is making its economic profit and they will enter, and this will continuously. What will net will happen? That in long run, no one will be able to make economic profit. Again, this is a highly theoretical industry. I mean, in real life, there is no such industry as perfect competition where no one is making any economic profit. Mind you, we are talking about economic profit. So think of economic profit as the logical return. It's not when they are not making any economic profit or their economic profit is equal to zero. It does not mean they are not earning profit. It only means they are earning normal profit, which is justified for their interest foregone, which is just good enough to cover their cost of equity, their entrepreneurship cost, and the sort of explicit cost. If they are making more money than, let's say, 8 or 9%, instead of 8-9%, which is the normal profit, they are making, let's say, 20%. Naturally, a lot of new people will enter. I mean, that is what happened in telecom. So in 2004-5, all these companies are making so much of money that 5, 6, 7 more companies entered into this industry. And in no firm in long run will earn economic profits. So what happens is, if anybody is making economic profit, what will happen? Due to no entry barriers. What is entry barriers? Can you guys give me one example where entry barriers is almost zero, and another examples where entry barriers are very high? All of you guys, can you guys give me examples of industries? Think of an industry where, I mean, I and you can simply go and start that business tomorrow. Okay. So banking, petroleum, railways, all of you guys are giving examples, which is correct. These are high entry barriers. So anywhere where government is involved, any regulation is involved, or high capex is involved, is high entry barrier. So I cannot start a petrol pump, I cannot start an oil production company, I cannot start railways. Textile is also high capex, but entry barriers are not there. I mean, if you have the capital, you can go. But on the contrary, IT firm. very low, very perfect example. So IT firm, no one stops you. I mean, tomorrow you can have this and this. So any website where there is no need for a license, if you're good, you can. Restaurants, up to certain extent, you can start maybe little bit of licensing here and there, little capex. So entry barriers are relatively low in restaurants and IT. So perfect competition usually is found in an industry where entry barriers are low. If there are high entry barriers, obviously there will be very less number of companies. So we'll discuss all those things. In the context of perfect competitive market, entry barriers are very less. So what will happen is, let's say a company is making economic profit, what happens is new people will come. Now this will decrease, this will strip the supply curves upwards. So from this point, this will increase, and what will happen? Price will come down. So more supply comes, price comes down, and net the economic profit they were making, it simply disappears. So what happens is, industry in long run reaches to the equilibrium where price is equal to MR is equal to MC is equal to ATC, and no firm earns economic profit. Each firm is producing the quantity for which average total cost is minimum. So this quantity can be different for different people. So for Airtel it can be 10 million, for Vodafone it can be 5 million, it can be anything. But net no one is making any economic profit, right? So in long run, MC is equal to MR is equal to ATC is equal to P. All these, and that point is becomes the production point where no one is making economic profit. PR is equal to MR is equal to MC is equal to ATC. Price becomes okay. Similarly, in short run, let's say any company is making losses. Now think of losses. Ideally, should any company produce something in losses? Ideally, no. But they do produce as long as their price is less than the their price is greater than the average variable cost. So forget about this graph for the time being. Think of one example. Let's say you have paid 10 lakh rupees to start a restaurant, right? So ideally and 10 lakh rupees is for 1 year. After 1 year again you have to renew your license and change your furnitures and everything, and 10 lakh is basically 1 year. So it is roughly it is 12 lakhs, so let's say 1 lakh rupees per month. Now what happens is your cost of your revenue, which is bills of your food, should be both covering your average variable cost, which is your food cost and everything, and it should also cover your fixed cost, which is license plus furniture plus lease and all that. Now what happens is, for some reason there is huge competition, so you are not able to recover your fixed cost. Will you stop business? In long run you will stop, but in short run you will continue as long as you are making more money, you are charging more than your food cost. So let's say one standard meal is costing you 100 rupees, and if you are getting 120 rupees, you will continue the production, even though that extra 20 rupees is not helping you to recover your fixed cost. So this concept is known as economic profit, economic losses in short run. So if if your price is less than average total cost, you are solely making losses, but still you will continue production as long as your price is greater than the average variable cost. Even if it is less than the average total cost, you will continue. Why? Because at least you are recovering part of fixed cost. So fixed cost is something you have already incurred. The moment you have started business, you have kind of committed for that. So you have taken a lease, you have taken a loan, you have bought a plot, you have bought furniture, you have bought machines. So that part is gone. That is some cost. So you will not worry about that. As long as your price is more than your average variable cost, you will continue, hoping that tomorrow industry might change, things might change, and this thing. So net rent, even if you are making short-run losses, firm will minimize its losses in the short run by continuing to operate when ABC is less than P, but it might be less than ATC, but it is at least greater than ABC. Meantime, if someone is it healthy state for when we cannot meet ATC? No, obviously it is not healthy state. We cannot even meet ATC. That means we are into losses, but we are still continuing business. Why? Because that additional unit I mean, meantime, this is a question from Siraj. He's asking, is it a good sign if we cannot even meet ATC? Obviously, it is not a good sign, but we don't have an option. We are still continuing the production because we are at least able to cover our variable cost and part cover the fixed cost, which even if we will stop the production, we have to incur. So that we cannot change. That is why we are continuing with the production. Right? Okay, so Siraj gets it. Okay. Now what will happen is firm will shut down at a price below P1 at which it is not even able to realize the average variable cost. Let's say your meal cost is 100 rupees and for some reason you are only able to charge 90 rupees because of competition. I mean, it makes absolute sense to simply stop the production. I mean, what is the point if you are not even covering your variable cost? So firm will shut down at a price below P1. If you are not even able to cover your ABC, you will simply stop the production. At price above P2, firm is making supernormal profit, which is more, I mean, economic profit is basically positive. So what happens is, it will short-term supply curve for a firm is MC line. Firm produces by moving up and down along the supply curve. Supply curve is horizontal sum of MC curves for all firms. So I mean, don't worry too much about graphs. Try to understand the concepts here. So for individual firms, if they are able to get price more than their ATC, they are making economic profits, which is super normal profits. If it is P2 is equal to ATC is equal to MR is equal to MC, then they are not making any economic profit. Less than this, they will continue the production. Less than ABC, they will stop the production. This is for single firm. For entire industry, sum of all these graphs will become the total supply curve for the entire industry. Now what happens is, let's say in short run there is increase in demand. So what happens if increase in demand, and short run is basically, in economics, difference between short run and long run is, long run everything can be adjusted. Demand, supply, output, input, labor, cost, production, everything can change. In short run, something gets changed, but others cannot. Siraj is asking one general question. In Indian telecom context, the prices are coming down and down. So does that mean ABC is reducing? No, ABC might be reducing because economies of scale and everything, but beyond the point, it cannot increase forever, right? So maybe at this 5 paisa, 10 paisa per minute or 1 paisa per minute, Uninar were basically making losses, but they were still doing that because they were hoping against the hope that some of the smaller players might stop the business, and in long run they will again increase the prices. And as you might have seen, in fact in the stock market everyone was expecting that prices will start increasing only in 2014 and 15. Last month Airtel has increased and said immediately it was followed by Vodafone and Idea. So in fact you have seen that point has come beyond which price cannot decrease further. So no point in making economic losses. So Airtel, Vodafone, Idea, everyone has increased. In fact, others will also follow. So now you will see the prices increasing at least as much as the inflation is increasing. The competition level has already reached. So people have realized that everyone has a deep pocket. No point in trying to subsidize and kill other players. Okay. So we are talking about short run versus long run. In short run, everything. Some things cannot change. In long run, everything can change. So here we are discussing what happens if in short run there is increase in demand. Increase in demand basically from D1 it becomes D2. This is the new curve. So what happens is, because supply curve will not change immediately. So what happens? The price increases from P1 to P2. Again, if you think beyond graph, it makes common sense. If demand is increasing and supply is not increasing, what will be the net result? Price will increase. Right? So this MR curve also increases from MR0 to MR1. Demand increases the price. As price increases, firm will earn economic profit in short term because their supply curve is this only. So now they are getting from, instead of P1 they are getting P2. So what happens? They are making economic profit in short term. Now what will happen? As the demand increases, price increases, profit increases. Now again, common sense is, because companies will start making economic profit, a lot of new supply will come. So suddenly other people or the same companies will increase their production, so that we will see what happens of a permanent increase. So from D0 to D1, right? And then supply curve also changes. So new market price will become P1, increases as demand increases, output will increase to Q1, existing firm will produce Q1. In short run, people are making money. Why? Because P1 is more than ATC. In long run, new firms will enter and this new economic profit will disappear. So one thing you need to understand in hello, you guys there? I think I've lost connection to question box because I'm not able to see any new remark. Hello. You guys there? Anyways, so maybe I'll drop off and connect again. Hello. Okay. I'm dropping off and I'll join back. Hello. Okay, I've joined back. Actually, I mean, problem was not with the audio or visual. It's just whenever if there is any disconnectivity in internet at my end, I'll lose track of question box. So I have to log in again. Okay. So we were talking about what happens with the permanent increase. Again, it is common sense that because people are making economic profit, what will happen? New firms will enter, and that economic profit will disappear. So in long run, through market supply increases, firm level supply comes back to original Q0, because since price will fall back to P0. This increased output in the market is supplied by newly entered firms. This point is important, that in short run, existing companies will increase the supply and increase the price. But because new companies will see that they are making more profit, they will enter into the market, and net they will start producing this new thing, and original firms will come back to their original schedule. So, and they will stop. They will not make any economic profit because that opportunity disappears. Now, external economies and diseconomies of scale. We have discussed the downward L rack is basically external economies. Additional demand will increase output but will reduce the price. And upward L rack is basically external diseconomies. In previous section, in fact, we had discussed this U-shaped LR, long run total LR etc. So that same thing is same concept we are discussing here. So if external economies, additional demand will increase output but it will reduce the price, while external diseconomies is when additional demand will increase output but will increase the price. So increased demand for productive inputs leading to an increase in the prices will result in increase in equilibrium price and output. So what happens is demand increases from D0 to D1. In short run, that price increases from P0 to PSR, and then it comes back to PLR because of new firm will enter. But again, this price will not come back to P0 if there is external diseconomies of scale, because part of it will be see, in previous slide we were discussing that the new output will totally come from new companies. Why? Because existing companies were already producing something at the optimum level. But economies of scale concept says that initially the price decreases and then further it increases. So as long as economies of scale is there, it makes sense for existing firms to increase their output little bit. So from, I mean, they will initially increase to meet the entire demand, and then it will again come back to LR. This increase from P0 to PLR, this is the long term. In previous slide we were saying in long run price will come back to the original level. But if there was some economies of scale, the price will not come back to original level. It will be little higher than, but it will not be as much as it was initially in short run. And this is because of concept of external economies and diseconomies of scale. Now what happens when there are technological changes? In short run, firms which will first adopt the technology, think of Apple. Initially they have come up with iPod and iPad. Or Sony, when they have come up with the Walkman. or any new company which comes with a technology, they will make economic profit, but in long run that economic profit will disappear because other firms will also come up with the similar kind of technological changes. So technological changes such as the low cost production process, it decreases the cost, industry supply curve shifts to the right, price comes down and quantity increases. Firms that are first to adopt new cost reducing technology will earn economic profits. Existing firms using the older technology will experience economic losses and will be forced to either adopt the new technology or exit the industry. In long run, prices will again come down to ATC for new technology and firm will again come down to earn zero economic profit. So what is the recurring theme in perfect competition? In short run, it is possible for firms to make economic profits, but in long run, no one will be able to make economic profits because everyone else will enter into the market. So now you will see, I mean, probably it is too much of theory, and I mean, it may not happen. So think of web, IT and all this. That is why people are not able to make money, because if you are making money, let's say Flipkart is making money or any website is making, me too kind of websites will come into the picture. So if Shadi.com, Naukri.com started making money, suddenly there were hundreds other websites because there were no entry barriers. It makes sense for other people to enter when they are seeing that Naukri.com or Shadi.com they are making money, and they will keep on entering to a point where economic profit simply disappears. So this entire concept of in long run profit disappearing is only relevant in the context where there is perfect competition. And perfect competition means unlimited buyer, unlimited sellers. There is no product differentiation and there is simply no entry barrier. So if it is hitting your common sense, please try to understand that we are only talking about a specific theoretical case of perfect competition, which in reality is not possible, but some of the industries are closer to that kind of a concept. Questions, please. Maybe you will do some questions, then you will understand it a little more. Are you guys trying to solve questions? Only Arindam has responded so far. Shashi says A. What about others? See, first is you do not need to solve anything. It basically tells you that your marginal cost is 2 and your market price is 2. So it makes, I mean, it is already at that profit maximization point, and firm will not change its output when you are already at MR is equal to NC. If your marginal cost is more than your price or your marginal revenue, you will simply stop producing that extra unit so that your MC comes down to the MR level. So one will be A. It is already at that point where it should continue the production as it is. It will not increase or decrease the price. You will reduce your output when your MC is more than MR, and you will increase output when your MC is less than MR. So 1 is A. What about question number 2? What about Niharika, you there? Niharika, Karthik, Shriyas, Sudhalikan, Ashok. I'm getting some background noise as well. Someone trying to ping me or something. I do not know what is happening. Hello, you guys there? Arindam? Except for Shashi, I did not see any response from anyone. I only hope it is not that question box. So, Shashi, what about question number 2? Okay, looks like I got the same issue again. My question box is not working. I'll maybe disconnect Sriraj. Unmute Sriraj and we'll check with him. Sriraj, are you able to hear me? Sriraj, you there? Not sure. So I'll disconnect. Maybe if you guys are hearing me, please continue to solve all these.
Hello.
Yeah. Yes, Sriraj.
Yeah,
yes,
I'm able to hear you. Yeah.
So I think issues with my question box, right?
Yeah, only with the question box because we are typing and you're not able to see the questions.
Okay, okay. So maybe all of you please solve all these questions and maybe meantime I'll disconnect and we'll come back. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully you guys have solved questions meantime. Okay, so first question we had discussed. What were question number 2, 3 and 4? Okay. So question number 2 is asking if the ATC curve is below the point at which MC intersects the MR curve, then firm is most likely is making an economic profit. Why? Because that price is more than ATC. So it might be possible in short run. In long run, what will happen? New firms will enter and that thing will disappear. So in short run, people are making money because their MR, that marginal revenue is more than ATC. So they are making economic profit. So second is B. Third is this is more like general awareness kind of a question. So it is an example of advance in technology. So third is A. Second is B. What about fourth? Fourth, Niharika says C. If you guys remember, we are talking about this. So in fourth, MR is equal to MC, but TR minus TC is maximum. So that is the point where companies will make. In short run, firm in perfectly competitive market maximizes economic profits at a quantity where MR is equal to MC, but TR exceeds TC by maximum amount. So question number 4 is C. Okay. What about 5, 6, and 7? 8. Have you guys solved it? Question number 5. Answer please. Meantime, any confusion in 1, 2, 4, please ask. Through question box or query box. So Shashi is saying fifth is B, Ashok is saying fifth is C. If this firm operating under pure competition will not likely face large number of sellers with identical goods. Will not likely which they are asking about not likely. So A is obviously wrong. B, A is wrong because A is what they face. So what they will not face is perfectly inelastic. Basically, it is perfectly elastic. It's not perfectly inelastic. So fifth is B is the answer because that does not happen. What happens is perfectly elastic demand. And C is average ATC equivalent to price at an optimum quantity in short run. Right. So fifth is B. B is what they do not see. A and C is what they see. Clear? What about sixth? Again, I'm hearing that background ting tong kind of a noise. I'm not sure if I've lost connection again. Meantime, question number 6, 7, and 8. Okay. So question number 5th is B. What about 6th, 7th and 8th? 6 is firm operating under pure competition will have MC line. 6 is A, right? We have already discussed. Uh, they will, they will stop production if they are not even able to recover their ABC. So MC line is their supply curve in short run and shutdown when prices is less than ABC. 7th is in long run perfectly competitive firms will collectively produce more output. No, wrong. Earn economic profits. No, in long run not possible. We paid a price which equals to the long run ATC. So they are price takers, and in that sense they will not earn any economic profit. They will produce just the output which is equivalent to demand. So 7th is C. What about 8th? Maybe if you guys are getting confused with too much of jargon, try to understand in P and B and C are incorrect. Why? Why? Because this is total revenue, this is total cost, and they are trying to equate it with marginal. Marginal is per unit kind of a thing, right? So this formula cannot be correct. Similarly, in 8B, this is average, this is price is also average, and total revenue is overall. So again, B is wrong. While only A is equating it correctly, price is per unit, marginal cost is per unit, average total cost is per unit. So 8th is A. Is that clear to everyone? Why B and C is wrong? Because they are trying to equate per unit kind of a thing with the total thing. Okay. So with this we are done with section 1. Then we are coming to monopoly. You guys can take 1-2 minutes break and then we'll quickly come back. Is that okay? Okay, I'm back. Are we good to go? Hello, you guys there? Okay, so Shashi says yes. So we were discussing perfect competition. See, again, in the first lecture which we discussed, that one graph was important. Here probably graphs were not that important, as long as you can roughly understand the characteristics of all these four markets. I mean, obviously if you remember all these graphs, it will be much more easier, but technically and practically not all graphs can be remembered. But if you, on a high level, if you understand in short run what happens, long run what happens, you will be able to score 85 to 90%, and that should be sufficient. And there can always be few technical questions which can only be understood if you remember the entire graph completely. But over the years, I've seen that is not possible. So don't get bogged down with too much of graphs. As long as you can understand the concept, it should be fine. Okay. So from one extreme, we are coming to another extreme, which says monopoly. In monopoly, you are basically saying that there is only one seller, very specialized products which has no substitutes. So Indian Railway, high barriers to entry, high BTE, which can be basically legal barriers or natural barriers. So legal barriers is patents, copyrights, government licenses. Natural barriers is high capital cost and economies of scale scope. Example is electric utility. So this example of natural barrier is very important because we will discuss the concept of natural monopoly a little later. Electrical utility. Think of Pune as a city, right? Or Mumbai as a city. And Tata Power has distributed cable wires in the entire city. Now, if new person wants to come, he has to have the same distribution network. So, in that sense, additional unit in some place in Andheri will cost only 1 rupees to Tata Power, while it may cost 1 crore to Adani Power. So that is the natural barrier where, because someone has already, I'm just hearing that noise again and again. Can anybody, can you guys confirm if audio and visual is fine? Because I'm not seeing anything on question box. Okay, everyone says yes. So okay, everyone says good, thanks. So basically we were discussing natural barrier where it is whoever is incumbent, because he has incurred so much of capex, it doesn't make sense for a new person to come and do the same thing again. So because of economies of scale and scope, there is natural barrier. So monopoly can be due to government rules, or it can be naturally also in case of electrical utility, water distribution, or let's say oil exploration deep water. So already someone has laid the pipeline and everything. A new person wants to go, he cannot produce same thing at the same cost. So price setting strategies include single price or price discrimination. We will discuss price discrimination. Maybe if you guys remember, though movie industry is not like monopoly, but in last 2-3 years you might have seen in PVR, or in fact in Inox or any movie chain, movie complexes, they have started charging almost 300 rupees per ticket for a new movie on weekend. So it becomes Friday, Saturday, Sunday 300 rupees. After that it comes down to 200, 180, 150. Similarly, within the same day, in the morning shows they are charging, let's say 200, and the evening show it is 300, and maybe morning 9 becomes the student shows and it becomes 60, 80 rupees. So what is that they are trying to do? This concept is known as PPT, perfect price discrimination, PPT. Right? What is that they are trying to do is they are in See, let's say if they charge 300 rupees, what happens is only those people who can pay 300 will buy those tickets and will see the movie. And technically, let's say there are 1 lakh such people in a particular city or in the entire India. Now, what happens is they don't want to lose the other people, but if they reduce the price to 50 or 60 rupees, suddenly there are 1 million people watching the movies, but they are also missing one opportunity where the initial 1 lakh people were ready to pay 300 rupees. So what is the solution? Solution is to do some kind of differentiation in the pricing strategy or product, so that people who are comfortable paying 300 rupees pay 300 rupees, who are comfortable paying 200 rupees, they pay 200 rupees and 100 rupees. Maybe you guys have read a book, very famous book called Trigonometrics. In that book also they have explained this concept through a coffee shop. So if you go to any barista or CCT, what do they do? I mean, a student probably would only pay 30 rupees for a normal coffee. So they say, okay, the plain vanilla coffee is 30 rupees. When I'm saying vanilla, I'm not about flavor, I'm about plain standard coffee. And then cappuccino comes at 50, then with some ice, this topping, that topping, this fragrance, that thing, it keeps on increasing. So someone who doesn't mind, he is ready to pay 120, he pays 120 for a coffee, which is just another 2 rupees extra, cost wise. But they do the perfect price discrimination by trying to charge someone whatever he is able to pay. So that strategy is known as perfect price discrimination. Is that clear? Can you guys confirm on question box? Hello? Okay, Ashok says yes. So monopoly has downward sloping demand curve, which is not a surprise. I mean, every demand curve is in essence downward sloping. But in perfect competition, we had seen it is paralleling, it is elastic. In most of the other industry, it is downward sloping. Meaning demand will decrease if high prices are fixed or vice versa. Profit maximization involves a trade-off between price and quantity. To maximize profit, monopolist will expand output till MR is equal to MC. Demand curve must lie above ATC to earn profits. In long run, economic profits can exist unlike pure competition market. So this is important point. In perfect competition, they were not able to make any economic profit. It was only possible in short run. In monopoly, it is possible even in long run. And so difference between monopoly and perfect competition is one has low barrier to entry and there is high barrier to entry. In monopoly you can make economic profit, and perfect competition you cannot make. In monopoly, demand curve is downward sloping. In perfect competition, that is a parallel line, fixed kind of a thing, because it's perfectly elastic. So in that sense, it's a price taker industry, while in monopoly, it's a price fixer, price giver industry. Suppliers are price givers. Okay, so what happens to short-run cost and revenues? So profit maximizing at a quantity when MR is equal to MC, economic profit is equal to price minus average total cost into quantity. So this shaded area becomes the profit. Demand curve must lie above ATC so that price is greater than ATC and form a profit. Optimum quantity will be in elastic range of demand curve. If you remember, we had discussed in elastic range, it makes sense to continue increasing the price. In elastic region, it is, last week we had discussed this concept. So monopolist will continue increasing the output till demand curve is in elastic zone, and thus they will continue increasing the revenue and the economic profit. So in long run also, economic profit is possible in monopoly. Again, because they are able to make economic profit, so you can highlight that in monopoly price is greater than ATC. Okay, so we were discussing price discrimination. What is price discrimination? it is charging different prices for identical product service from different customers. So same movie example which we were discussing, a coffee example, almost same product, it's just timing is different, a little bit talking here and there. Or another example is wonderful example of airline tickets. So all those people who can plan in, let's say 1 month, 2 months advance, they will probably pay Mumbai Delhi ticket close to 3,000 rupees. If you are going in a hurry, emergency, you might end up paying 10,000 rupees also. So they continuously increase to, because whoever is not that much money, money conscious, he will probably book a flight only 6-7 days back. Corporate sector, they most of their plannings are done 2 days, 3 days back, so they usually pay much more than that, much more than retail investors. So this concept where the same product or service is being charged differently is known as perfect price discrimination, which is PPD. Now this price differentiation arises due to different cost structure. Lower price due to cost benefit is not price discrimination. Conditions for price discrimination: sellers must have at least 2 identifiable groups, in fact more than 2, with different price elastic ties. So at 50 rupees, everyone is watching movie. At 300 rupees only some people are watching. So I mean, for this high-end group, little aged people, rich people, 300 rupees per ticket is not an issue. So elasticity of different consumer groups is different. Sellers faces a downward sloping demand curve, which is again understandable. As the price increases, demand continuously decreases. Seller can prevent the customers paying the lower price from reselling the product to customers paying the higher price, prevent customer switching. So what is the concept? Let's say if it is possible to sell the same product between customers, if that exchange is possible, then this price discrimination is not possible. Why? Because they are trying to sell it to that 50 rupees customer, and let's say within the same show from 9 to 12, they are saying, okay, you come with some student cost and you get this ticket at 60 rupees, and those people will, other people can come at 180 rupees, 300 rupees, and because these tickets are, let's say, not differentiable, people will simply buy at 50 rupees counter and will sell it to someone who is ready to pay 300 rupees. So in that sense, price discrimination is not possible. It is only possible when you have a mechanism to stop consumer switching. Motive of price discrimination is to convert consumer surplus into producer surplus or monopoly profit. Maybe we'll see it in graph, then you will understand that in monopoly how they simply disappear the entire consumer surplus. They simply convert the entire consumer surplus into producer surplus. We will see the graph and we will understand. So two methods of price discrimination. One is among unit of goods. So basically, a bulk quantity you get the reduced price. If you buy in a smaller quantity, you pay higher price. Another is different group of buyers. So more common depending upon the customer segmentation. This method is more common in the price discrimination. So think of airlines industry, movies, and everything. That is the second method. First method, anybody can give me the example. So in all these retail shops, if you buy 10 shirts, you get 2 shirts free, but if 1 shirt they are not ready to give you that 10% discount. So anybody who is ready to buy in bulk, they get the differential pricing. Is that clear to everyone? Price discrimination method? Shashi says yes. What about others? Yarka says yes. Good. Okay. So now we are discussing how perfect price discrimination disappears consumer surplus. See, last week, if you have discussed, if you remember, in monopoly, dead weight loss was happening. Why? Because in order to maximize profit, they were not producing to the point where MR is equal to MC. They were only increasing, going to the point where their overall profit is maximized. So what happens is, because they will charge 100 rupees. Ideally, they should continue producing till this point so that they can produce all these, they can sell it to all these people also. But because if they will reduce the price to, let's say, 70 rupees, those initial customers who were paying 100 rupees, they will only pay 70 rupees. So net monopoly company will probably produce more things, but their overall profit will come down. So because of this, they basically underproduce. So you guys can highlight it somewhere. In monopoly, if there is no price discrimination, there is usually a case of underproduction. So in this example, monopoly company is only producing 80 units. Now what happens is, this economist comes, or this MBA guy from IIM comes, and it tells him that there is a concept called price discrimination. He says, fine. So what do I need to do? He says, you do some kind of ticketing strategy where whoever is ready to pay 110, you say, okay, you pay 110. Those people, then you create a segment for 90 rupees, then you create a segment for 70 rupees. And suddenly you see that first 50 people are paying 110, then another 60 people are paying 90, another 80 people are paying 70. So net from 50 to 110, it has gone up to 90. Now what happens is that this initial deadweight loss. Deadweight loss, as last week we have discussed, is the concept of something which they could have made profit, because this was the demand curve, right? So they could have charged all this, but they were not producing. Why? Because they were not ready to bring the price below 100. So again, here we are only talking about till 110. So this IIM guy has only told has created two segments. One who is ready to pay 110, and another who is ready to pay 90. So what happens is, from 80 this production increases to 110, and net what happens? This deadweight loss profit from 2400, it becomes 2000 plus 1200, which is 3200. So profit increases from 2400 to 3200, and deadweight loss, it decreases in shaded area. You can see it decreases from this to this. Now if the same guy can create another group where somehow he can charge 70, this deadweight loss will almost disappear. So ideally, theoretically, that perfect price discrimination is possible if first customer, they can somehow, the first customer, how much he is ready to pay? He is ready to pay, let's say, something close to 140. Second customer, 139, 138. If there is some method where every person is paying what he can pay, that concept is known as perfect price discrimination, right? So this is price discrimination. If every person is paying what they can pay, that is perfect price discrimination. In that case, deadweight loss will be 0. So you can write, or you guys can take note somewhere. In perfect price discrimination, deadweight loss is equal to 0. That is one. Second, there is no consumer surplus. Everything is producer surplus. Consumer does not get any benefit. Whoever is ready to pay whatever, for him value is equal to price. So someone who was ready to pay 139, he ends up paying 139, and then who was ready to pay 130, he is paying 130. In that sense, consumer surplus is 0, deadweight loss is equal to 0. Otherwise, if you remember, there is no price discrimination, there will be underproduction and there will be deadweight loss. So in monopoly, logically there should be underproduction and deadweight loss, but if you are able to apply perfect price discrimination, you can reduce deadweight loss to 0. Or if it is not perfect price discrimination, still you can reduce it to some level. Is that clear? So Alban says yes. So same thing we are continuing to discuss. In monopoly, consumer surplus is reduced due to reduction in output. Sum of consumer and producer surplus in monopoly is less than in perfect competition, which is fine. High prices paid by consumers compared to perfect competition represented by deadweight loss. Difference between monopoly profit and deadweight loss is, monopoly profit is additional which directly goes to producer monopolist. Deadweight loss is the loss due to restricted output. So this red area is deadweight loss. This area is monopolist gain, because he has taken it from consumers area, right? So this was the initial producer surplus. He has taken it from consumers area. So this blue is monopolist gain, and this black area is deadweight loss. which is dead weight loss you should think is always from economy point of view, consumer surplus is from consumer's point of view, producer surplus is producer point of view. Last time we discussed that allocative efficiency happens when consumer surplus plus producer surplus is maximum. If you remember, in last week we had discussed this concept of allocative efficiency where dead weight loss is equal to 0 plus and producer surplus plus consumer surplus is maximum. That concept is A point. But what happens whenever there is any interference by government? So it's monopoly underproduction, there will be dead weight loss. There is subsidy, dead weight loss. Quotas, dead weight loss. Price ceiling, price floors, everywhere there is a dead weight loss. Taxes, there is a dead weight loss. So dead weight loss is loss due to restricted output. This comes from both CS and producer surplus. So dead weight loss is basically, it will come from both CS and PS. It's a loss to economy in a sense that they could have produced that much, but they are not happening. Now what happens is due to price discrimination, this inefficiency gets reduced. By increasing output and allocating more resources where MR is equal to MC, firm gains from customers with inelastic demand while still providing goods to customers with more elastic demand. So net they are still charging 50 rupees to the older customer, 300 rupees to the richer customers, and they are somehow able to attract even 50 rupees customer, which is a student. He is now seeing movie which otherwise they were not seeing. So dead weight loss gets reduced. Ideally, that 50 rupees they somehow can. There are people who maybe rickshaw wallahs, they are only comfortable buying, let's say, ticket of 10 rupees. So they might start 4 AM morning show, something like that, right? So that will be perfect price discrimination where they are. By the way, they should only do till that revenue is more than their marginal cost. If marginal cost of showing a movie per ticket is 30 rupees, there is no point going beyond that point. But if it is 30 rupees, at least they should go till 30 rupees. Right now, let's say they are at 30, 60. So that additional 20, 30 if they can cover, that will become perfect price discrimination. Now, what is rent seeking? Rent seeking is a concept where basically this came from a very famous paper by Milton Friedman. He's a famous Chicago School of Economist. He's in fact considered to be one of the top 3 economists of last century. In fact, in New York, there is this concept of rent floors, rent ceilings, where you cannot charge, let's say, more than $1,000 or $1,500 per dollar, $1,500 per month for a certain kind of home or something like that. So from there came the concept of rent seeking. So any surplus, whether it is PS, CS or economic profit, is basically economic rent, right? So rent seeking is the behavior of pursuing rent, converting CS into PS. So in monopoly, they try to convert consumer surplus into PS. Similarly, consumers might also try to convert producer surplus. So consumer activist group, they try to lobby for. So any kind of lobbying activity is known as rent seeking. So ways of rent seeking: buy a monopoly, right? So let's say we were talking about Tata Power in Mumbai. So because Tata Power is in natural monopoly in Mumbai, or any Indian Railway, right? So one simple example is you simply buy that. So logically, let's say Indian Railway should be bought at 1 lakh crore. So someone comes and buys it at 2 lakh crore because they are trying to get that opportunity of earning more economic rate. And another which is more possible is generally due to competitive rent seeking behavior, AC curve shifts upward so that economic profit is 0. Now this is again a theoretical concept where in monopoly we have discussed that economic profit is possible. But what in this slide they are trying to say, economic profit is possible for the existing form. If the new form will come, they will either pay, say, think of telecom licenses, right? If let's say there were only 2 firms, and somehow they are able to charge 3 rupees per minute, 2 rupees per minute. So extra economic profit is possible. So theoretically, their extra economic profit is possible, but what happens is because these companies will end up doing rent seeking, which is they will lobby, they will pay bribes, they will do something. They will either buy these companies, so existing firms at such higher prices that net because of that extra cost of rent seeking behavior, this economic profit disappears. So summary of this slide is basically economic rent is any extra profit, and any new company would like to get that by doing rent seeking, and that cost will increase the cost of supply, and so that economic profit is zero. So maybe you guys can laugh at this rent seeking concept as something by which they are trying to say even in monopoly that economic profit is not possible if there is cost of rent seeking. Okay, now coming to natural monopoly. Shivaji is saying, can you repeat this? Okay, think of Indian Railway making economic profit. By the way, Indian Railway is not making profit, but that's a separate story. Think of any monopoly, they are making economic profit. So they are making economic profit because there are legal restrictions, there are natural barriers. Now what happens is, if a new company is trying to enter, what will happen? It's not that anybody can enter. That is why it is monopoly, right? So new company will either pay bribe, which they have not written in this slide. They will overpay while buying the existing firm, or they will do some sort of lobbying, some cost. That all these activities are known as rent seeking, right? What is this new firm is trying to do? They are chasing that extra profit, which in other parts of the economy is not possible. So what happens? This activity has a cost, whether bribe or lobbying or overpaying. That per unit cost will add to the existing cost curve, and it will increase to cost curve to such a level that economic profit disappears. So net, again this new firm in monopoly itself will not be able to make profit if that rent seeking has happened. Is that clear, Srivas, now? Okay, thank you. Now we are coming to concept of natural monopoly. Now this is a very funny concept which says that ATC continuously decreases, and in fact natural monopoly, to understand natural monopoly, there is no better example than electric utility or water distribution in a city, because that is the only place where, I mean, no matter how much you increase the output, that your cost continuously comes down. So in Pune, in Mumbai, you have already created these water distribution lines. So new connection will only cost 1 rupees to that company, right? While at the same time, if a new company wants to establish, they have to establish all these type networks. So this concept is natural monopoly, where when a single supplier brings maximum efficiency, I mean, it doesn't make sense for anybody else to come. Net that will increase the cost. So naturally, that industry is such where a single supplier brings maximum efficiency of production and distribution due to economies of scale and benefits to economy. A single price monopolist will maximize profits by producing where MR is equal to MC, producing quantity QU and charging PU. If two firms produce approximately one half of output QAC, let's say two firms are producing combined QAC, ATC for each firm would be much higher than for a single producer producing QAC. Potential gains from monopoly, incentive to innovation, economies of scale and scope. So again, they are saying ideally, because they are making so much of profit and they have incentives to innovation, but in bracket they have written that they are mixed results. It has been seen that monopolists are usually not interested because there is no competition. Another is benefit, because usually whenever we think of monopoly, we think of it as a bad thing, because surely it's a bad thing for consumer. But in there are cases where it is logical to let there be a monopoly. So think of electric utility, water distribution. Doesn't make sense to have 10 companies trying to distribute water. Except for the consumer service part, the cost wise it is logical for only one company to be in that utility segment in a particular geographical area. No point in having 10 lines in the same area because it has huge capex. Right? In telecom it is possible now because even in tower business you are saying though technically there are 10 firms, on the capex side now it is becoming only one firm. So all these firms have started sharing their infrastructure with each other. So telecom is also a utility business. So technically on the front end we are seeing 10 companies, on the back end it is basically only one firm. So every firm has their towers and they are pooling in with each other. It doesn't make sense in the same area of Delhi, all these companies having their own towers. It makes sense to have only one tower and getting used by every other firm. So in that sense, economies of scale and scope is a potential gains from monopoly. So net from this slide you can write that there is a case where monopoly is a beneficial thing for economy, which is when it is natural monopoly. Because it doesn't make sense for many companies to be in that market. Why? Because only one company can produce things at much cheaper rate than probably 2 or 3 or more 4 companies producing 1/3, 1/4 will do. Now what happens is, we always thought that if you're monopolist, you will basically make unlimited profit. But in reality, let's look at Indian Railways. Are they making more profit than Reliance or this thing? See, monopoly always happens because government interferes. If government interferes on the supply side, they will always interfere on the demand side. So usually these are government-run companies, and government does not understand economics in full detail. So they will either give you two options. They will not technically Indian Railway can charge anything, right? They can charge 1,000 rupees for a 200-kilometer ticket, but they are only charging 200 rupees, which is not even covering their cost. Why? So this concept of average and marginal cost pricing will explain why in most cases, though logically monopolists should make a lot of profits, they are not able to make profits. Why? Because the same regulator who has given them the monopoly also interferes on the pricing part. So there are two ways usually by which monopolists are allowed to price. One is average cost price, which is most common form of regulation. They do not understand anything, they simply say, you please charge what is your average cost, right? Do not make any profit. So monopolists reduce prices to where ATC intersects to the demand curve, and net what happens? Again, the economic profit disappears and they make normal profit since price is equal to ATC. So any normal economist, so let's say Manmohan Singh and Ahluwalia and all these guys, because they understand economics, they will say, okay, you charge ATC, you don't make economic profit, we have given you monopoly because of to give benefits to public and all that, right? So in ATC, they do not make any economic profit, but they make normal profit, right? Another is marginal cost pricing. In this, people like leftists, so Mamata Banerjee, they will say, right? For them, they will ask from chairman of Indian Railway Board, what is costs anything, maybe incurs a loss since price is below average total cost. It increases output, it reduces prices, government subsidy, then what happens? Because this Indian Railway will make losses, how can they continue running? Then government will come in budget, they will give the subsidy to these companies. So that is what happens. So currently whatever is happening with Indian Railway is marginal cost pricing. So the difference is clear. Maybe I'll again summarize both these points. In ATC, in AC, average cost pricing, price becomes equivalent to ATC and they make normal profit. No. Sridhar is meantime asking, before that, someone is saying audio missing, but it is clear now. Okay. Sridhar is asking, why will monopoly make losses? Because these monopolists are not like, they are monopolists because they have the power. It is because government has allowed them to become monopolists. So same government will force them to do the marginal cost pricing. See, forget about the technicalities here, economics. Think of simple Indian Railway example. It is in front of you. What is they are charging? 200 rupees for 200 kilometers. Almost 1 rupees per kilometer is what they are charging. This probably is only cover the marginal cost, that TT and all this. It is not covering the fixed cost, which is to lay down all these lines, to buy these rails and everything. So because ministers and politicians are not able to understand the concept of overall, they are charging only the marginal cost. But what will happen? In that sense, Government has to subsidize, then only uh, these companies will survive. So monopolists are making losses while because government is forcing them to make losses. That's not in their hand. Is that clear, Sridhar? No? Sridhar, you there? Okay. Meantime, Sridhar has a question. Yeah, please, Sridhar. Come. Sridhar is saying if monopolist exist in private sector, forget about marginal cost pricing. He will not even have the average cost pricing. He will underproduce. He will say forget about dead weight loss and everything. I will underproduce. I will charge more. I will basically earn economic profit. So that is what all these private players do. It's technically for some reasons. So Apple, in a technical sense, you can think of it as a monopoly, right? So probably they start more at 20,000, so that the overall profit is not maximized, but profitability is very high. So they will obviously charge much more than ATC. Is that clear, Siddharth? Hello? Okay. This is okay.
Yeah, I get it.
So what are the challenges in regulation of monopoly? Regulators do bad design. See, mind you, we are discussing it in graphs as if everyone knows what is the average cost. It's not only the concept, it's about the technical realities of when you understand the concept, how to calculate everything is written that demand curve also. You know the perfect supply curve also. All these are sometimes go wrong. One is lack of information. So comes CC or demand schedule, they do not know. Second is difficult to regulate quality. So they can say, okay, you do the marginal cost pricing. But what happens is, he will reduce the quality. So technically they are charging only $100, but he will cut down the customer service part. So how you can't regulate that. So that is what happens with the most of the monopolists. That is the consumer which they can charge, fine, cut down on places and all that. The price regulators will say transportation, new kind of railway, where the cost comes down by half. Regulators will say, okay, you cut down your prices by half. So they don't have any incentive for reducing costs. So these are some of the difficulties in regulating monopoly. Okay, questions please. speak also. Hello. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I got disconnected bit time because it is raining very heavily. Suddenly, all these connections were lost. So hopefully, you guys are there. It was a big forced break. So good to go. Can we start the discussions? Hello, you guys there? Can we start? Hello. Siraj, you're there?
Yep.
Siraj,
Yeah, I'm here, but your voice is breaking.
you so you can speak also.
Yeah, your voice is breaking.
Hello.
Yeah, you can hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can
Can
hear
you
you
hear me?
properly.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, your voice is kind
Yeah,
of
actually it
breaking.
is raining. It's raining very heavily, so my network connection is getting lost. I've tried two connections. Right?
Oh, okay.
So, but maybe can you type something on the question box because I cannot see any responses there. Okay, yeah. So Siraj is typing. So basically, other people are not there. They have left. I can see still people logged. Ashok, Balaji, Karthik, Niharika, Saket, Dalkan, are you guys there? Can we start the discussions of questions? Okay, so Niharika says yes. Okay, we'll start the discussion. So we were at question number 1 here, and answer to question number 1 will be if economies of scale exist over the entire long run, right? If it is continuously coming down, what is the what kind of case is that? It is basically monopoly. Even that, it is basically natural monopoly. So one is B. Second is the firm A to G sells each unit of its product at the highest price that consumer is willing to pay for its product. So net what is happening? Consumer surplus will simply disappear, and it is a form of price discrimination. In fact, if everyone is paying whatever they can pay, it is perfect price discrimination. In that sense, consumer surplus will almost become zero. So second is B. What about third? Monopolists charge a price determined by marginal cost curve or average cost pricing. Usually it is either of two. So your option is only 3 is A. We discussed, no, I mean if given a choice, they will charge according to demand curve. If regulators are forcing, they will either force them to go for average cost pricing or average total cost or marginal cost. If, but I mean, given a choice, monopolist charge will charge a price determined by demand curve. They will they will continue to produce to a point where demand curve is in elastic range. Fourth is Mosley is an economist states that economy of scope are one of the natural barriers of entry for a monopoly. So again, answer is incorrect because I mean it's not incorrect, but it's basically economies of scale is a bigger barrier. So probably question is little wrongly framed here. But even economy of scope is also a barrier basically. So I cannot say it incorrect if you guys see here. Maybe they have not written. I mean, even this monopoly happens both because of economies of scale and sometimes economies of scope also. But between two, obviously, economies of scale is a bigger factor in natural barrier. Question number 5. Again, it is common sense. If your demand curve is below ATC, you are producing to a point where your ATC is more than what consumers are willing to pay. Obviously, you will not make profits. 6th is a natural monopoly will least likely to exist when ATC decreases as the production increases. So that is an example of, that is a case for natural monopoly where ATC continuously comes down. Second is large economies of scale are present. So B is wrong here. Few firms are engaged in production. It is basically only one firm. No point in having 2 or 3 firms in natural monopoly. In other kind of monopoly, it is still technically possible. Natural monopoly, it should be only one firm. So 6th is B. 7th is when regulators force monopolies to follow marginal price. What does that happen? Price is fixed where NC curve intersects the demand curve and net they make losses. So 7th is again B. Because they are forced to charge only marginal price, they are not able to require ATC, they make losses, but price will be fixed where NC curves intersect demand curve. 8th is monopolist market, consumer surplus is reduced due to high price. In fact, B is wrong because efficient quantity is not produced in monopoly and inefficient resource allocation causing zero deadweight loss. No, there is a deadweight loss in monopolies. So answer is A. 8th is A, where high prices are charged and efficient quantities not produced. So I've gone through questions little quickly, but maybe you guys can, because we had a long break, I'll assume you guys have gone through the questions, so I'm not taking much time there. But if you have doubt on any specific point, we can discuss. Arindam, Nihalika, Sakit, Sriraj, Sudalkan, Karthik, Balaji, Ashok. So Sriraj says no. No as in no doubt. See, if you guys are reading it first time, maybe it is becoming too much of jargon, but trust me, I mean, scoring 70–80%, I mean, I'm again talking more from a score point of view because all of us are here with an immediate target of CFA level in level 1 in our mind. We're not talking about the larger goal of gaining knowledge and all. Obviously, also there is a target. But from exam point of view, I mean, not to worry. It looks like a new enter area. I mean, many people complain they find the economics tough. But if we do, let's say 300. See, best part with economics is they are not unlimited questions. So in equity, in fixed income, if you do not understand, you cannot solve it, right? So you understand, you solve 100%. If you don't understand, you don't solve. In economics, I've seen people probably getting only 70–80% of the things, but just because the number of theoretical questions which can be asked is so less, if you have worked hard, you will be able to clear economics with good margins. Start remembering most of the things. So with decent understanding and with good points, you can easily go through this section, even though it looks little tough than other. Especially for those people who are reading it first time, especially anybody from engineering background, they might be struggling a little bit. But if you read through it 2 times, 3 times, probably it will be fine. Okay, so we are coming to the next section. Actually, today we have seen so much of graphs. So let's do one thing. We'll skip this 3rd and 4th for the time being. We'll immediately go to a section which is easier and little interesting, and then we'll come back to 3rd and 4th. And this is unrelated, as in to understand this 5th section, you need not to understand anything from the 4th and 5th. So I think we can go ahead with that. Is that fine with everyone? skipping third and fourth and then going to fifth. Okay, because too much of graphs. Unnecessarily. Okay, so this again, I mean, as you all of you know, is a US. Even economics and whatever happens in economics is so a lot of course content has jargons which most of the jargons are worldwide applicable. Employment or sometimes it is very US centric. So that is a course originated in USA. So definition of unemployment. A person in US is considered blind. He has actively searched for work in last 4 weeks, has been laid off from a job, and right. So if there is a person who is not working and he's not even looking for a job. This investing for job, they are not only if, and why this definition is more important now is a huge, so to disincentivize people from not working, otherwise a lot of people Arindam says audio coming distracted. Is it okay with us? Hello? Arindam, any better? One of the worst webinars I had for a long time. A lot of technical issues. So I mean, request to all of you that whenever I'm getting disconnected, forced to log off, please take. We'll be having all these post breaks. So I hope Nyarka and Arindam, it is better. I mean, even I can. So not sure why all this is happening. I have Airtel 3G usually works perfectly, but today it is it's raining very happy. Otherwise, hello. Okay friends, I've switched to a broadband, basically came to my neighbor's place. So I only hope now it works. If it doesn't work, then we'll probably close the today's session and we'll hope for a better tomorrow, and we can always finish the pending lectures maybe later on also. So is it any better now? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Sriraj, okay, Nyarka says yes. What about others? Can they hear me? Okay, so we were. What about others? Are you guys there? Should I start? Sakit, Shindu, Sriraj, Sudayakan, Anjana, Arindam, Karthik, Niharika. Hello. Arindam says yes. What about others? Niharika says yes. Question. I mean, others. Can you guys type on the question box? Otherwise, we'll obviously start, because I believe the connection and everything is fine now. Apologies to everyone. Sorry, I mean things are obviously not in my hand right now. Come to my neighbor's place, so let's say it works. It's just a broadband basically. So we are discussing jobs and inflation. So unemployed in US is any person who is not working but is basically actively searching a job, or he has been laid off from a job and is waiting to be recalled. He will start a job in next 30 days. He will be considered as unemployed. Labor market indicators. There are three rates. One is unemployment rate, which is number of employed divided by labor force. We will discuss the labor force in US is not the total population. It is basically all people who are either employed or actively seeking employment. So anybody who is not seeking employment is basically not part of labor force. So unemployment rate is only, let's say there are 100 people. Out of 100, 100 is the total population, right? If there are 70 people who are either employed or seeking job, so that 70 is labor force. Out of this 70, 60 people are employed, so 60 divided by 70 becomes your unemployment rate. Now, unemployment rate decreases during expansion and increases during recession. Again, it is common sense. If the economy is not doing well, obviously unemployment rate will increase during recession and it will decrease during expansion. Is that clear to everyone? Now, there are three rates. So one is unemployment. Siraj is saying MM. What does that mean? Hello? Hello? हाँ मैं कॉल करता हूँ आपको मैं ठीक है Anyway, Siraj, what is this MM? I do not get. Okay, Siraj is saying it is not unemployment rate, it is employment rate. Obviously, this is wrong here. It has to be employment rate because it is considering the number of employed, and number of employed will decrease during recession, right? So if you have to calculate unemployment rate, it should be number of labor force minus number of employed divided by labor force. Okay. So coming to the second part, which is labor force participation rate. Labor force participation rate is labor force divided by working population. So in US, working age population is all people 16 or 16 plus, not living in institutions. When I say not living in institutions, it's basically people who are working in universities or something. They're not considered to be part of. I mean, if they are studying, they are not considered to be part of working age because they are not available. So it increases when the economy expands, decreases during recession, right? So unemployment rate was increasing during recession, and it is decreasing during recession because it is a positive thing. I mean, more labor force participation, that means more jobs are available. So it's other way around. And finally, the employment to population ratio, which is ETPR, which is number of employed divided by working population. So basically, to summarize all three, I mean, there won't be any numericals as such on this in exam. I mean, highly unlikely, though there's no guarantee that it won't be asked. But because it is with the US centric definitions, usually these are not tested in exams. So coming to summarize all three, one is unemployment rate, another is labor force participation rate, and third is employment to population ratio. So if let's say total population is 100, out of which working population is 90, and out of which labor force is 70, and out of which 60 people are employed. So 60 divided 70 becomes employment rate, and 10 divided by 70 becomes unemployment rate. Similarly, 70 divided by 90 becomes labor force participation rate, and 60 divided by 90 becomes employment to population ratio. So again, I mean, these are just different concepts. You need not to worry much because to understand the overall context of employment and everything, it is not that important. It's just a different ways to define employment there. Right. So again, you will see, because LFPR and ETPR is kind of a positive indicator, it increases during expansion and falls in recession. While unemployment is a kind of a negative indicator, it falls in expansion and increases in recession. Is there any confusion in this? If not, we will move ahead. So aggregate hours is again a concept which says total number of hours employed by all employees in a year. So let's say 1 lakh people on average working 6 hours per day, 5 working days. So 6 into 5 or something like this. Basically total number of hours, which is this increasing. So what has been seen that overall, though per person working hours have started, I mean, in long run it is coming down, but aggregate hours though have shown long-term trend have not grown as labor force. Why? Because people in USA over last 30-40 years have started working less. So net labor force is increasing, but aggregate hours are not increasing that much. So how is their GDP is increasing? Because their productivity is increasing. So aggregate hours, another way of looking at aggregate hours is to output produced divided by aggregate hours. It will become labor productivity. So if labor productivity is increasing, even if aggregate hours are not increasing, overall output will continuously increase, and that is what happens in USA most of the times. So most of their GDP changes because of labor productivity, not because of aggregate hours. Both aggregate hours and work week tend to increase during this expansion and decreases during recession. Again, it is common sense. In good times, there is more work, so people work overtime. In bad times, even companies cut down on the work available and all this. So aggregate hours and work weeks tends to increase during expansion and decreases during recession. Real wage rates. What is the difference between real and nominal? Can anybody explain here? Do you understand what is nominal and real? In India, what is the real rate right now? Real interest rate in India, what will that be roughly? You guys there? So Siraj says minus inflation. What about others? What is the real interest rate in India? See, real is a concept of nominal minus inflation. So nominal interest rates are right now 9-10% in India, and inflation is already 9-10%. So in that sense, real interest rate is 0. Same concept applies on the wages side. So every year, if you are, let's say, getting 10% hike, and if inflation is 10%, in that sense, the real wage hike is 0, because whatever is increasing, effectively you are only able to buy the same amount of output as you were buying last year. So real is basically, you can write real is equivalent to nominal minus inflation. The actual formula is basically 1 plus real rate is equal to 1 plus nominal divided by 1 plus I. But for a smaller percentage, you can simply subtract it. So let's say if you are talking about 5% nominal, 3% inflation, so real becomes 2%, 5 minus 3. So real is equal to nominal minus inflation for a smaller percentage. For bigger percentage, you would like to calculate it as equal to 1.05 divided by 1.03 minus 1. So coming to real wage rates, what happens is it measures what in hours labor is paid in terms of goods and services. So not in terms of the actual salary, but in terms of output. Are money wage rates adjusted for change in overall price level? It fluctuates with the productivity of labor and calculated using total labor compensation, including wages, salaries, and employee paid benefits. So real wage rates tries to factor in the concept of inflation, and they are calculated in terms of actual output possible from that wages, actual units which they can produce. So which they can buy from that wage will become your real wage rate. So all benefits and those things are considered, not the actual salary in hand, but what you can buy from that salary, what kind of benefits you can derive from that salary. That is basically concept of real wage rate. So types of unemployment. This slide is important. In this entire thing, probably you will see maximum tricky questions from here. So one is cyclical unemployment, another is frictional unemployment, and third is structural unemployment. There are 3 types of unemployment in US, defined in US. Are you guys there? Meantime, because I'm seeing responses from Sriram and Arindam, but not sure about others. Sakit, you're there? Niharika? Anjana? I'm not seeing a single response from you. Niharika says yes. Harshit, Karthik, Sakir, Sudarikan. So Anjana, Harshit, Sakir, all these guys says yes. Thank you. So types of unemployment. Cyclical unemployment is caused by changes in general level of economic output, especially when the economy is not operating at 100% capacity. We will discuss this concept of 100% capacity just in a couple of minutes. Frictional unemployment is unemployment resulting from job subjectivity. So technically it's not unemployment, it's changing jobs from one place to another. Qualified workers are not matched with the existing job opportunities, so he's overqualified for the jobs available and his jobs are not there. So in a sense, jobs are available to him but not commensurate to his skills are at his choice of place. So that kind of unemployment is frictional unemployment. And third is structural unemployment, where a technology has changed, a new kind of industry has come up, and the older people, I mean typewriters, so this has to be a big segment of job market till 1980s. So all those jobs are gone. So nowadays you don't require typewriters, you don't require shorthand writers also. Right? So those are structural unemployment where it is caused by structural changes in economy that eliminate some jobs. So net, it can be cyclical, frictional or structural. So full employment is a very interesting concept which says economy has no cyclical unemployment. So structural and frictional unemployment continue to exist. So in USA, if you are saying you have full unemployment, it does not mean you do not have unemployment. It only means there is no cyclical unemployment and economy is operating at 100% capacity. Well, there will be frictional and structural, but they say that is part of the economy. You cannot worry about it. You should only worry about cyclical unemployment. So natural rate of unemployment, because they say it's natural, so natural rate of unemployment is basically frictional plus structural. So you guys can highlight, please highlight these 2 points here. Full employment is when economy has no cyclical unemployment, and natural rate of unemployment is when is equivalent to frictional plus structural. So what happens is they say your real GDP is less than potential GDP if cyclical unemployment is there, if it is increasing. Well, if your real GDP is greater than potential GDP, your cyclical unemployment will come down. Right? Well, what is potential GDP? Suddenly this new term has come. This potential GDP is basically level of output economy can produce if their unemployment is at the natural rate, which basically means there is no cyclical unemployment, only structural and frictional unemployment. So they say if there is no cyclical unemployment, what is that US economy can produce? That is the potential GDP of that economy. So if your real GDP is greater than that, obviously your cyclical unemployment is not there, it is in fact negative, and if real GDP is less than potential GDP, your cyclical unemployment is there, it's a positive number. So is that clear, or it's too much of theory for you guys? I think it should be easy to get. Arindam says yes. I mean, given that it's not a very interactive medium webinars, I'm assuming that you guys will ask questions wherever you're not getting, because I can't see you, I can't see your body languages. Beyond the point, I cannot keep on asking that do you have any doubt. In physical classes, it is always possible. By face, you can read that some people are getting, some people are not getting, and then you can interact. Here, I'm totally relying on you guys to let me know if you're not getting any particular piece. Okay, so from unemployment, we are coming to the inflation side. So as you know, any central banker is always worried with, between this trade-off between inflation and unemployment. So CPI is a concept which measure, there is a concept of consumer basket. So consumer basket is, let's say, a 100 rupees basket which includes 5 rupees wheat, 2 rupees rice, 1 rupees mobile phone, 2 rupees electricity, and like that. It's a typical payment basket of a normal consumer. So they measure it at the base price. So base price usually is a year. So whenever you will see inflation, it is always calculated against a base price. So in India, probably it is to, in fact last year only they have revised it to 2005 or 2006 or something. Earlier it was 95. So I mean, let's say in 2005 it was 100, and in 2006 the price of that basket becomes 106. So what is the inflation? That is 6%. So this concept is known as consumer price index, where CPI is, it measures average price paid by urban consumers for a representative basket of goods and services. Now this basket is not constant because it is also, so every 10 years, 15 years, governments will revise this basket. They will probably knock out typewriters and pagers, and they will add mobiles, they will add laptops. So it has to continuously change also with changing consumption patterns also. CPI is an indicator of inflation. CPI is constructed in following 3 steps. First, you will select the CPI basket of goods and services. Second, you will conduct a monthly price survey in urban areas. And third, you will simply calculate the CPI, which is what is the cost of basket at current prices. So let's say it is 113. Last year it was 107. So 113 divided by 107 into 100 minus 1 will become your CPI. I mean, if you do minus 1, you'll get it in a percentage term. If you will not do minus 1, you will get in terms of index. So 107 is the index and 7% is your inflation. Is that clear? So similarly, with like CPI, there is a concept called WPI also, which is wholesale price index. It includes consumer goods as well as some of the industrial goods also. So usually, whenever in India, I mean nowadays we get monthly figures for inflation and CPI and WPI. Well, we get weekly rate of food inflation, which is because food is little politically sensitive topic here. So government tracks it on a weekly basis. Till last year, we were tracking everything on a weekly basis. In USA, everything is a monthly data. So monthly they give you CPI and WPI. Obviously, from public point of view, CPI is much more relevant than WPI. That is why governments are more bothered about CPI than WPI. So WPI includes CPI plus certain additional things like steel, cement, and all those things, right? So let's look at one example to understand how this inflation calculation is done. So theoretically, they are saying this basket includes 200 bottles of soft drinks and like this. In base period, this was the price. Current period, this is the price. So base will become 200 into 1, 20 into 10, 300 into 2.5, 100 into this. Current price will become 200 into this. Let's say you get 1230 as base period price and 1350 as current price. So 1350 divided by 1230 becomes your CPI. Okay, so that is what they have calculated. In base period it was 975. In current period it is 1145. So 1145 divided by 975 becomes your 117.44 becomes your CPI. Is that clear to everyone? I think it is very intuitive, easy also. Hello? Hello? Okay, Parshit says yes. Sudha says yes. Nihanta says yes. Okay. So inflation rate is basically current CPI minus year ago CPI divided by base into 100. So if you divide it by -1, you will basically get the inflation in percentage. So in previous example, maybe 107. So 17.44 becomes your inflation percentage. So to calculate in percentage terms, you basically need to reduce it, subtract 1 and multiply it by 100. You get it in percentage terms. So 200 minus 195 divided by 95, 195 minus 1 like that. Right? So how to calculate the real price changes? Let's take one example. In 1990, please take this example a little seriously because it looks a little easy, but some I've seen people getting confused one way or other, and this remains an important question also because this kind of question in one way or other will appear in exam, right? So inflation calculations come in exams basically. So in this question, what are they saying? That gasoline price has increased from 1.25 to 2.5, right? Which basically means it has doubled. While index CPI has increased from 250 to 605, which basically means it has more than doubled. So in simple terms, broader economy, in broader economy, everything more than doubled from 1980 to 2006. Why? Because that CPI has increased from 250 to 605. And your gasoline has only doubled. So it simply means in real terms it has actually decreased price. But how much it has decreased, we will calculate. So maybe at this stage you can easily determine because your inflation has grown faster than the gasoline prices. This simply means in real terms gasoline prices have come down. Right? In India we are very fond of talking about gold prices, but we do not realize that from 1998 to till 2002. Gold prices only increased by 1,000. That too because currency have come down. Right? In the Bermuda it was constant. So if you calculate gold prices from 1988 till date, still it has not matched to inflation. So it has given you less return than anything. But somehow people remember that from 6,000 to it has come to 27,000. But they do not realize that everything else has more than has become more than 5-6 times. So anyways, so that's the concept of real price change. So in real terms, gasoline prices have come down. So we will try to calculate by how much. So either you convert what should have been the price of gasoline now as per CPI, or you convert, so you convert this to 0.5 in 1990 price. They have written 1990 here and 1980 here. It's basically 1990 everywhere. Otherwise you cannot solve this question. So this figure you have to change it to 1990. So you convert it to 1990 price, which basically says 2.5 into 250, 605. So it becomes 1.033. So this current price of $2.5 per gallon of gasoline, in 1990 terms it is only 1.03. And what was the figure in 1990? It was 1.25. So from 1.25 it has actually come down to 1.03, which you will calculate is a drop of 17.4%. Another is to convert this 1.25 into 2006 prices. So 1.25 into 605 divided by 250. So this becomes 3.2025. So what does this figure means? If gasoline would have increased at the same rate at which CPI has increased, its price should have been from 1.25, it should have increased to 3.025. Since it has only increased to $2.5 per gallon, it basically decreased. So this is 17.5%. So I mean, I might be explaining it, so it might be looking a little tricky to you, but if you do calculation, you will understand why that it's not that tough a concept. The only thing is you should try to solve it, then only you will understand it. Meantime, Harshit is asking, give example of gold again. See, I was talking about, I mean, people are only comparing gold from 2002 to 2010, but what they do not realize, from 1988 till 2002, in dollar terms, it was actually fixed. Even in rupee terms, it increased from 4,000 to 6,000 rupees kind of a thing. So in real terms, if you'll see, inflation in last 15-20 years in India has been close to 5-6%, and the gold returns are only 4%. So in real terms, gold has actually decreased in last 20-25 years. So that is what I was trying to tell. That I mean, even in today's world, if we are getting, let's say, hike of 5-6% in salary, 5-6% hike in salary in India, it technically means. Harshit is asking how decreased. It decreased in real terms. It didn't see. Okay, how decreased? Think of it. Gold was at 5,000 in 1988. Today it is at 25,000, which is 5 times. Right? The same 5,000, if you would have put in other simple basket, which is the inflation basket, that would have happened around 6 to 7 times. So in that sense, it has decreased. Ideally, it should have been 35,000 or something. I mean, I'm just giving you ballpark figure. I mean, I'm not sure about the exact numbers here, but one thing I'm sure that gold returns have not exceeded the normal FD returns. So in that sense, it has not even beaten the inflation. So in that sense, real returns of gold are less. I mean, and it has to be. I mean, gold is an unproductive asset. It is usually parked, so that money is always gone out of economy. It can never generate real returns because no one does anything on the gold. It's just a hedge against fear factor. So it can never beat the real. As per economic logic, in extreme times, extreme things happen. So forget about all that. Right? It's not an investment. It's a hedge against investment risks in that sense. Harshit is asking in last 2 years. Obviously, last 2 years it has given huge returns. So it has beaten. I mean, last 2 years are too short a period to discuss anything. Harshit says from 11,000 to 20,000. No, it is not from 11 to 28. It is from 18 to 29. Even that is a huge return because everything else has actually given almost no returns. Anyways, so let's move out from gold and coming to CPI biases. Again, this slide is important. You need to understand what kind of biases can come in inflation calculation. One is quality changes. So if you guys remember, in a typical standard basic TV, color TV used to come close to 18-20,000 in 1995. The same TV, and in those days, same TV is right now coming at 7-8,000. So actually prices have decreased. Even if it would have not decreased, one thing you might have noticed that in 1995, the same TV used to have only 12 channels, usually without a remote. There were not many features. Nowadays it comes with a remote, it comes with 1,000 channels, it comes with a recording option, it comes with XYZ. So those quality changes are not reflected in price calculation. So in fact in USA they try to calculate the quality aspect of it and they decrease the prices by that. So in fact in USA actual inflation is more than what government shows because they reduce it by quality factor. Similarly new goods. So if you look at, let's say, if you're still looking at typewriter, most probably typewriter might have increased, but who uses the typewriter? Typewriters have been replaced by computer. So if new goods are coming, CPI will not be a good example to calculate inflation. Similarly, mobile phones. I mean, suddenly now mobile bills as a percentage of household income have increased manifold. Even though rates have come down, in 1995, I do not think, I mean, a big family used to have one phone and bills used to be hardly 200, 300. Nowadays it is 2,000, 3,000 because everyone effectively has a mobile with a bill of 500,000-600,000 rupees per person, right? So 4,000-5,000 per family is a standard mobile bill. So this new goods come. Similarly, commodity substitution. What happens is technically, let's say tea prices are increasing. So what will happen? People will shift to coffee. If coffee prices are increasing, people will shift to commodity. If there is an option, I mean, think of pulses. 2 years back, pulses have suddenly increased. So what happened? People shifted to vegetables, and then vegetables increased. People went back to vegetable. Went back to pulses. So similarly, what happens is technically in CPI basket does not change every year. So they will calculate pulses have increased. So inflation has increased for the people. But people are smart, right? If one product is increasing in price and they have some more alternate product, substitute is available, they will shift, right? So in that sense, their overall cost of budget will not increase. So again, because of commodity substitution, CPI will look more than what it is actually for the people, right? Similarly, outlet substitution. So in the last 20-30 years, you have seen all this concept of hypermarkets, big bazaar and all that, right? So in that, you usually get things at much cheaper rate than what is the MRP. So in that terms, I mean, the concept of discounts have increased in the last 20-30 years, right? Most of the things are coming in bulk discounts and those sort of things. So those things are not considered in CPI calculation. So these are 4 biases: quality changes, new goods, commodity substitution, and outlet substitution. Is that clear to everyone? If clear, then maybe we can go ahead with the questions. Meantime, any question, please ask. Harshit is asking outlet substitution. Okay, so Harshit, let's say we are calculating CPI, right? So in CPI, we are saying Britannia biscuits were average biscuit packet was costing 10 rupees last year. It is 11 rupees this year. So you say it has increased by 10%. But what happens is last year there was no big bazaar and this year there is a big bazaar. So people are buying it from big bazaar and they are only paying it 9 rupees. So effectively it has come down by 10%. Right? So people move from one outlet to another where schemes are there, they buy in bulk. So this pattern has only increased in last 20-30 years. So as per economists, whatever is inflation, that is actually more than the real thing which people have tried, because people have got the options of these hypermarkets and discount stores now, which earlier were not there. Okay, that's it. So maybe we will go ahead with the questions now. Saket is asking, is there any optimal? By the way, has volume become any better? Because Harshit was saying increase the volume of audio or something. Not sure. Anyways, meantime, till Harshit confirms, Saket is asking, is there any optimum inflation percentage? In USA, this figure is close to 2.5. That is what they call natural, target inflation rate. Right? It is probably 2.5 or 3%. In emerging markets where growth is 9-10%, 5-6% is considered to be optimal. That is important. Why? Because that forces the consumption. Right? People buy things because they fear that this will become costlier next year. If let's say, if you're sure that something will not increase next year and you don't have immediate need, you will not buy it. But a little bit of inflation is good for economies because it forces people to consume. That is why economists, central bankers worry more about deflation than about inflation. Inflation, 8-10% is a problem, 2-3% is a good thing. 0%, 0.5% as it is in Japan is a big problem because then people don't consume. People don't have a reason to consume. Is that clear, Saket? Saket says yes. Meantime, Niharika answers question number 1 as B. What about others? Hello, are you guys solving it? Are you guys solving it? Anjana, Karthik, Saket, Sau, Sendus, Sriraj. Answers please, everyone. So first question is, Sally has lost her job as a data entry operator because her company is decided. Okay. So it is, see, frictional unemployment habit. So that is frictional unemployment. If she is not ready to work and she is saying that you should only give me a job in my hometown or like that, right? It is structural because outsourcing concept has come. So first is B. Okay. So this outsourcing job losses are structural job losses because pattern of business is changing. Second is, okay, second have we solved? CPI has increased. Okay, basket has increased from 50 to 80, which basically means 60% change. So in 2001, it's basically 80 divided by 50 into 100. So it becomes 160. I think it was easy. Okay. Third is, discouraged workers can be included in which of the following measures? They cannot be included in unemployed population or labor force, but they will be part of working age population. This we have discussed. It's a concept of discouraged worker is, I mean, they usually search for, so that is what happens in USA. People search for a couple of months and then they stop searching jobs because they know it's worthless. It's not even worth putting that effort or that much of money. They will start traveling here and there. So they remain a part of working age population, but they move out of unemployed population or labor force. They have to actively seek jobs to be part of unemployed or labor force. Okay, so third is C. Maybe you can highlight it somewhere because it's a tricky concept. You guys will miss it in exam if you do not remember it very clearly. Fourth is So only tricky part in fourth is to understand what is the base. So base, if you remember, in unemployment rate it was labor force. So what is unemployed is 20,000. Total labor force is 15,000. So 20 divided by 15,000, it will become close to 13.33, right? Twenty by 15 is close to 13.33. So answer is fourth is C. 20 is total number of unemployed, labor force is 50. So 20,000 divided by 15,000 is. So fourth is C. We have discussed that unemployment is a negative thing, and LFPR and the TS. What is that? ETPR. So LFPR and ETPR are positive things. So these increases during expansion, while unemployment decreases during expansion. So fifth is UR decreases and LFPR increases. Again, you can maybe take a note somewhere that UR is a negative factor. In that sense, it will decrease during expansion and increase during recession. Another two are positive factors, so those will increase during expansion and decrease during recession. Is that clear? So fifth is D. Sixth we have discussed very clearly. What is the answer for 6? It is a straight away definition question. So economy is full employment when there is no cyclical unemployment, but there can be structural and fractional. So sixth is B. Is that okay? Seventh, if you guys have calculator, you can do it. Otherwise, it's easy. It's the same which we discussed during the slides, so you can solve it. We will not discuss it right now. It should be easy. It's the same which the Jasmine example which we were taking. On a high level, in fact, you can calculate. So CPI has more than doubled, right? 275 to double will be 550, and it has actually come down. It has less than doubled. Steel prices from 550 to 1000, which is less than doubled, right? And CPI has more than doubled. So it basically means real returns are negative. So only one option is there negative. You need not even solve it. So it becomes 7. It becomes C. Otherwise, you can solve it also. 8th is CPI is least likely to be biased. So price change of basket is not a bias. It is the actual reason why something happens. So 8th is A. Quality change is a bias. Outlet substitution is a bias. Commodity substitution is a bias. So 8th is A. Is that clear to everyone? Meantime, Harshit is asking how to do with financial calculator. See, in financial calculator, only two lines you guys need to know. One is that NPV calculation, and another is that bond calculation, right? For everything other, you have to use it like a normal calculator. So for this calculation, you will not have any specific keyboard for calculating inflation. It has to be simple plus minus calculation, right? So it's even for normal calculator, whatever you do it with financial calculator. Because in exam, you will only have one type of calculator. You will do it from there, but you will not have specific tabs for calculating inflation. Is that okay, Harshit? So by that we are done with inflation and unemployment. Can we move back to microeconomics? Good to go, or you guys want to take a break? 2-3 minutes. Versus says okay, I will continue. Arindam says break. What about others? Okay, Saket and others are saying break. We'll take a 2-3 minutes break and then we'll come back. I hope it is okay. Okay, so basically I'm back. Should we start? Hello? Hello, you guys there? Can we start? Okay, Harshit says yes. Anjana says yes. Okay. So initially, if you remember, we discussed perfect competition and monopoly. So these are two extremes of types of industry. In perfect competition, everything is for consumers. There are unlimited buyers and sellers. So basically, industry is price taker, consumer is king. In monopoly, consumer does nothing. Monopolistic event left to themselves will produce less, will have dead weight loss. But what happens is government forces them to do certain things. So we discussed all those things. In between this, there is two more types of industry which are more real. So in reality, you will rarely find any industry which is very close to monopoly or perfect competition. But most of the industry you will either find either monopolistic competition or oligopoly. So oligopoly is closer to monopoly and monopolistic competition is closer to perfect competition. So if you create a line kind of a thing, so it will become perfect competition, monopolistic competition, oligopoly, and then monopoly. And that line, as you go towards monopoly, that competition is coming down. So monopolistic competition is basically when there are 10-15 firms, and then oligopoly is basically when there are 3-4 firms. We'll discuss these things one by one. Okay. So what are the characteristics of monopolistic competition? One is a large number of independent sellers and buyers, which is like a perfect competition. Each firm has a relatively small market share with no significant power over price. Firm focuses on average market price, not on individual competitors. There are too many firms in the industry for collusion price taking to be possible. So difference between monopolistic competition and perfect competition is that in monopolistic competition, there is little bit of product differentiation. So think of mobile handsets. So we were discussing about mobile calls. Their product differentiation is not possible. If you remember, Virgin came with some differentiation. They were trying to create phones for youth and all that, right? But to a large extent, it remains a perfect competition. While the mobile handset remains a monopolistic competition. So there are different segments. So on high end, it has to, for corporate mobiles, it has to be BlackBerries. For low-end youth mobiles, it has to be Micromax. Then there are cheaper Chinese mobiles, and there are Nokia mobiles. So there are different segments which are not very strong segments, but broadly it's like there is level of product differentiation. So products are not very similar, but remains a close substitute. So it's not like Nokia can charge 1 lakh rupees for their products. If they will start charging that much, people will switch to Samsung and Sony and all that. So this causes firms to compete based on marketing, quality, and price. So you guys highlighted somewhere that whenever we are talking about advertising, marketing, etc., immediately you remember that it is monopolistic competition. So in perfect competition, no one will advertise. What is the point of advertising when you cannot charge more or you cannot sell more? And in monopoly, there is no benefit of advertisements. It's only in monopolistic competition where the advertisement happens. So all this advertisement industry, it is basically monopolistic competition. Marketing is a must to advertise product. Then only you can have differential pricing. Due to close substitution, demand curve are highly elastic. It is not perfect elastic like perfect competition, but it is very close to that. It has low barriers to entry. Anybody can enter. So it is in that sense it is similar to perfect competition. Firms in monopolistic competition face downward sloping demand curves. Firms compete on price, quality, and marketing. Right? A strong correlation between quality and price that firms can charge. Example: market for hair oil or soaps, quite similar, but differentiation occurs due to taste preferences or level of advertising. So now you guys might be appreciating that okay, this is the kind of industry which we can relate. A lot of industries are actually like that. So we discussed monopolistic competition. We are coming to oligopoly. Oligopoly is like a small number of sellers. Can you guys give me any example in India where oligopoly is there? Maybe oil marketing companies, HPCL, IOC, BPCL. Harshit, any other example? You say don't know, but maybe after this example you can think of. I mean, airlines industry also roughly, I mean, there are 4 or 5 players. They try to collude prices. So earlier we were talking about, whenever you talk about advertising, etc., you immediately think it is monopolistic competition. But whenever you are thinking of price cartelization, as in people, there are 3 or 4 companies, they are trying to talk to each other, communicate with each other about how to fix prices and charge more. That becomes oligopoly. So the brand image of monopolistic competition is advertising, and brand image of oligopoly is price collusion. So cement industry in India is more like oligopoly, though there are 20 players, but in every North India, South India like that, there will be 3 or 4 strong players, and they always collude with each other and try to fix prices so that they can charge more to the consumers. Otherwise, in competition, they will not be able to. So coming to oligopoly, characteristics are small number of sellers, interdependence among competitors, decision of one firm affects and are affected by decisions of other firms related to demand, price and profit. Now it is getting closer to monopoly. So in that sense, significant barriers to entry which often include large economies of scale. So not everyone can open airlines, not everyone can open a petrol pump, right? So high capex and large economies of scale, this again you can highlight. So it is different from monopolistic competition. In oligopoly, high capex and large economies of scale. Products may be similar or differentiated, it can be anything. Examples are opaque, usually in auto industries. Unlike monopolies, oligopolists are highly dependent upon rival sections. But unilaterally, someone cannot increase price. It has to be in collusion with others. If one guy will increase, it will not. I mean, immediately his sales will come down, and someone else will start selling. Is that clear so far? Hello, guys. Harshit says no, Anjana says yes. Harshit, are you saying it is not clear? I mean, Harshit, can you ask a specific question? Where is the doubt? So probably you guys are getting confused with oligopoly. Oligopoly is like monopoly, but here 3-4 people are there. So in monopoly, you do not check with anyone. You can simply increase the price. You can decide on the production level. But in oligopoly, it is like monopoly only because there is high capex, high barrier to entry, large economies of scale. But there are 3-4 companies, so they have to fix prices. So opaque is monopoly. Yes, Harshit. Auto industry usually, I mean, though there is some differentiation, it is considered to be quite competitive. But India, I mean, you will see that usually they check with each other. So Hyundai, Tata, and Maruti is monopoly, oligopoly. Little bit. I mean, see, perfectly it will not be oligopoly. It will probably somewhere between oligopoly and monopolistic competition. But all these oil marketing companies will be oligopoly straight away. But what happens is they're not making unlimited profit because government is forcing them for prices and all that, right? So I mean, there are different decisions with different industries, but roughly you can understand the characteristics. So high capex is there, large economies of the scale is there. Probably cement is the best example. So yes, I mean, in Harshit is asking there might be 2 or 3 companies. Yeah, so typically there are 3-4 companies in oligopoly. Okay. So Here we are trying to discuss short-run output decision for a single firm and long-run output decision for a firm. In short run, firms maximize economic profits at a quantity where MR is equal to MC. Firms earns positive economic profit if price is more than ATC. So they will earn economic profit. Due to low BT, we are talking about monopolistic competition here. Due to low BT, competitors will enter in the market in long run, and what will happen? New firms entry will cause demand curve downwards to a point where price equals to ATC, and this economic profit will disappear. So in short run, if price is more than ATC, right, this is the ATC curve, then this much is the economic profit. So this box is economic profit. What happens in, because new companies will come, the price will come down to a point where price become equal to ATC, and that economic profit disappears. Okay, so long run equilibrium, there is no longer an incentive for new firms to enter the market. In short run, people can make money. In that sense, monopolistic competition is like a perfect competition only. So firms output under monopolistic and perfect competition, they are comparing both. So if you see, demand curve in perfect competition was completely elastic, right? So this is that flat line. Here it is downward sloping, but it's not that downward sloping. It is for monopoly and all, but forget about that for the time being. So this is the difference between these two curves. Now in short run, because in perfect competition, firms do not earn economic profit as P is equal to ATC, but in monopolistic competition, firms earns economic profit if P is greater than ATC. But because they are making economic profit, it is inefficient allocation of resources because ATC is not at a minimum. So this ATC is meeting at a price, but AE point happens when ATC is at a minimum, right? Think of economy. Ideally, you would like to produce at a point where your average total cost is at a minimum point. So production should have happened at this point. So in perfect competition, if you see, production happens at that point. In monopolistic competition, it happens little less than. So that is why it has some monopolistic tendency. So to increase their profitability, they produce it at a point where price is equivalent to ATC, but it is not minimum of ATC. Minimum of ATC happens in perfect competition. So that is why in monopolistic competition, there is inefficient allocation of resources and inefficient scale of production. And there is markup, which is excess of price over MC. In perfect competition, markup is 0. In monopolistic competition, in short run, that is possible that they do some markup. In long run, again, it is not possible. Okay. So discussing the characteristics, this slide is again important because there will be theory questions on it. So what is efficiency, product innovation and advertising in monopolistic competition? Efficiency of monopolistic competition is unclear. Consumers benefit from advertising. Some people say why? Because it helps them in making better purchasing decision. While some economists believe that advertising is useless because it doesn't add to anything. That additional cost is basically is a burden on consumers, right? Impact of product innovation. It is necessary. Unless you have the product innovation, you cannot have differential pricing. So this advertisement or product differentiation is the only way by which you can charge differently. So firms that bring new and innovative products face less elastic demand curves. What is less elastic demand curves? It basically means you can charge more and still your sales will not come down. So that is less elastic. So which firms? So Apple can charge more, Nokia can charge more, but Micromax cannot charge more because probably people will switch to Chinese companies. So if you are bringing new and innovative products, your demand curves will become less elastic. So in perfect competition, it is like this. In monopolistic competition, it is like this. If your firm is very innovative, it will be like this. So you will become more towards, you move towards monopoly or oligopoly, right? Your demand curve becomes less elastic, you can charge more, and you can earn economic profits also. But what happens is, because of low barriers to entry, close substitutes and imitators will cause initial economic profit to disappear in long run. So immediately people will copy the features, someone will come with the same kind of things, right? Advertising expenses, these are high, create or increase a perception of difference between products. Generally it increases the ATC curve. So ATC, due to being relatively fixed cost, economies of scale, because advertising is fixed, right? So as your sales will increase, usually your per unit advertising cost will come down. So in advertising there is economies of scale, because advertising is a part of ATC. Generally there is a little bit of economies of scale in monopolistic competition. And advertising may, on the other hand, advertising may reduce ATC by, because if it is increasing your output by such a large scale, that overall AFC will be, your fixed cost is constant, right? Your sales increases dramatically 4 times, 5 times. So advertising might increase the overall ATC. So initially it will increase your average total cost, but it might decrease it also if your sales increases by a huge margin. So again we will summarize this slide. The 4 things here. One is efficiency, which is unclear. Impact of product innovation, it is important, because unless you innovate, you cannot charge more. So companies which innovate, they face less elastic demand curves and they can charge more and earn economic profits. But again, that is in short run. In long run, other companies will copy the technology and everything, and that economic profit will disappear. Advertising expenses are high. In that sense, it will increase the ATC curve, but there is a possibility that it can increase the ATC if your sales increases by huge margin. Demand curve becomes more elastic because every firm will advertise. But problem with advertising is, you expect that advertising will make it less elastic, but what happens is, because everyone else is will also start advertising, effectively it will increase the elasticity, because consumer becomes aware about the product features or something and they realize that there is not much here. So think of FMCG, because of huge advertising there is high price sensitivity, because public perception is that soaps and everything is more or less same. So HUL cannot simply increase the prices and all that unless others are doing it. Overall price reduces, quantity increases and markup reduces. Okay. Now this is a funny concept which says that demand, till this point of time we always discuss demand curve as a single line. But this model says that your demand curve has 2-tier structure, and that is why the name has king demand curve model. Meantime, are you guys getting it? Because Sindhu, Sriraj, Sakit, Sau, Niharika, Anjana, Harshit, Kartik. Sriraj confirms is getting it. Harshit says yes. Sakit says yes. Okay. So in this model, what they say, on higher prices it is more elastic, right? See, perfect elastic is this, right? So this slope is less, that means it is more elastic, and this slope is more, that means it is less elastic. So on the lower prices side it is less elastic, on higher prices it is more elastic. So net in this slide you need to understand, if you are increasing price, your demand will reduce more than if you will decrease price. So if you are, let's say, increasing prices by 10%, probably your demand will come down by 20%. So that is what happens in the car market. Let's say Maruti increases price of auto by 30,000, probably auto price demand will come down by 20%, 30%. But if they decrease it by 30,000, demand will not increase that much, because it is less elastic on the downside and more elastic on the upside. So this king demand curve model is basically more important for oligopoly. So demand elasticity differs on particular price point for price increases and decreases. So MR curve has a break. Any movement of MC curve between the breakpoints will not change output. Drawback of the model is it is based on assumption that each firms believe that if it hikes prices, other firms will follow. But if it cuts prices, all others will also cut prices. So this model basically tells you, I mean, think of why is it not beneficial for companies to increase prices? Because if they will increase the prices, others will not, right? So net what will happen? Their demand will come down. So if Maruti increases prices by 30,000, no one else is doing the same, your demand comes down. If they decrease by 10,000, every other will also decrease. Every other firm will also decrease. So net what happens? Their demand remains same, but their prices have come down. So this is the problem with this kind of a structure where companies, if they increase the prices, no point because demand will come down. If they will decrease the price, there is no benefit because everyone else will do. So if it hikes prices, other firms will not follow. If it cuts prices, others will also cut prices. So demand curve is more elastic above PK and less elastic below PK. So maybe you guys can highlight it in somewhere in the notes. In demand curve model, it is more elastic on the higher price range, less elastic on the lower price range. Okay. And it says that if you are hiking the price, no one else will do. If you are reducing the price, everyone else will do. So there is no point in trying to play with your pricing. Okay. Now this is not a very important slide, but still since it is there, we'll discuss. This concept says within oligopoly there is something called dominant firm. So technically there are 3-4 firms. Hello, you guys able to hear me? There is some background noise. Hello. Hello. You guys there? Check with Sriras. Okay, Saket says yes. So that means my question box is working. Saket, is it okay? Anjana also confirms. So is it good to go? I mean, audio is not a problem. I'm just hearing some background noises. Okay, it's fine. So in this model, what it says that though there are 3-4 firms, between these 3-4 firms, there will be one firm which will kind of decide the pricing for everyone else. Right? So maybe within auto industry, think of Maruti as that dominant firm which will decide prices for everyone else. So it assumes that one firm is dominant over others in oligopoly market due to significant cost advantage over its competitors. In fact, that is pretty much the case with Maruti. Because of over a period of time, they are able to have such production techniques that they can produce cars at 2.5 lakhs, 3 lakhs, which even Honda and Toyota cannot do in India. So that is why they are market leader, and they in a sense decide the prices. In fact, every December they increase the prices and then others follow. They decide the price patterns and everything. So dominant firm sets the price in oligopoly market. Remaining firms are price takers with little power to set their own prices. So these two lines you need to highlight, and maybe somewhere you can write Maruti as that example in India, Indian automobile. Clear? Okay. Now, how many of you have seen a movie called Beautiful Mind about a scientist called John Nash? In fact, there is a book by Alistair Nasser or somebody. Also, the book is obviously better, but movie is more popular. Have you seen Beautiful Mind? Or have you ever heard about game theory and Prisoner's Dilemma? Okay, even if you have not seen, it doesn't matter. But if you have seen, probably you'll appreciate it. This theory is given by this scientist. Actually, this theory was given in 1950. It didn't become popular till 1980 and something. In the meantime, this person had this problem also. But he got economics Nobel Prize for this theory in 94 or 95. And this prisoner's dilemma is a famous, this theory is known as game theory. And here you need to understand the games of the rule to appreciate the importance of this theory. If prisoner A confesses and prisoner B, there are two prisoners and police is trying to investigate and questioning them. If A is confessing the crime and B does not, then A will go free and B will receive a 10-year imprisonment. If B confesses and A remains silent, B will go free and A will receive a 10-year imprisonment. If both will remain silent, both will get a 6 months imprisonment, and if both confess, they will get 2 years sentence. Now tell me, what is the best option for them? For A and B, what should they do? Sakin says both silent, right? What about others? So both silent is obviously the best thing, because then both of them are getting 6 months sentence only, and that is what the concept of oligopoly. But then the technical problem is, if they cannot communicate with each other, they are not sure. So A will worry, what happens if B will confess, then I am gone, then I am going to jail for 10 years. Similarly, B will also think. So what happens is, net they will end up doing, both will confess and both will get 2 years. So option 3 is the best option, but option 4 is the most optimal. So this is best, this is optimal. So this should happen, but this will happen, and that is the beauty of game theory. Maybe you guys can take notes in your way. So last is what will happen, and third is what is the best option. But best option cannot happen unless both of them communicate and they can somehow ensure that other guy does not confess. So in oligopoly, if they can fix the prices, they can make money. But if they cannot fix prices, everyone else will end up doing the price cuts. So this game theory, that is why we are discussing in the context of oligopoly. We will discuss it one by one now. So this prisoner's dilemma says, what should prisoners do? Together it is in their interest to not confess, but given that one has denied, it is in interest of other to confess. Hence both of will confess, and this both confession is also known as Nash equilibrium, which is on the name of that economist John Nash. As a result, their pay of prison is higher than if they both choose to deny any involvement in crime. So best course of action is take the action given the action of other prisoner. So best is, if you know what other has done, then only that is best, but usually that is not possible. So equilibrium occurs when each player takes decision which maximizes the outcome for them given action of other player in the game. So similarly, think of there are two firms. Theoretically, just try to understand that there are only two firms, same kind of firms, both produce Q by 2, overall industry is producing Q, both are producing at a point where P is equal to MC and it is the minimum point of ATC. Okay, I'm back. Got disconnected. Okay, so good to go. So we were discussing. Hello, audio and everything is clear. Okay, so she just confirms it. Thank you. So we were discussing this example where there are two forms, both produces Q by 2 and collectively they produce Q. Right? Now both are producing at a point where P is MC and it is at the lowest point of ATC. Now what happens is they both firm A and B have entered into the agreement to reduce output and increase the profits. So here they are saying come to this point and charge little more. Right? So what happens is there are four possible scenarios post this agreement. Each firm honors the agreement, both firms cheat, A honors, B cheats, B honors, A cheats. Right? If there is no way firm A and B can realize that who is producing how much, what will happen? Both firms will cheat. But if there is a way to track that whether both of them are cheating or not cheating, then probably both will honor. So this is again same as game theory on oligopoly. Okay. So what happens is they reduces the output price and they start trying to put a price equivalent to PM. If both firms honor contract, they will be able to, they will produce less, but they will earn economic profit by increasing the profitability at less number of output. It will increase prices while maximize total economic profit shared equally by both. And industry output quantity will be decided by NC intersects MR, and net there will be some economic profit in the industry. But if one firm cheats on the agreement by increasing output, the total profit will be less than the monopoly, but economic profit to the cheating firm will be greater if one firm is cheating. If both firms are cheating, each firm will increase output to the. So if both firms are cheating, net they will come back to this case where they are producing. Each firm will increase output to the point where P is equal to MC is equal to ATC, resulting P and Q will approach that of a perfectly competitive industry. So whatever was happening earlier, that will happen. Okay, so that is the most logical thing if it will happen. So if firm A honors and firm B honors, both of them are making economic profit. If firm A cheats and firm B honors, then A earns increased economic profit, but B will incur economic losses. If firm A cheats and firm B cheats, basically zero economic profit. If firm A cheats, firm A honors and B cheats, it is A has economic loss and B has increased economic profit. Is that clear to everyone? So best strategy for each firm is that firm A will earn a greater economic profit if it cheats, irrespective of what firm B does. So best strategy for firm A is to cheat, and best strategy for firm B is to cheat. So net both will cheat, and that is what we know as game theory or Nash equilibrium. Is that clear to everyone? Any doubt, please ask. Okay, then questions please. Answers please for question number 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, you guys there? At least someone type on the question box so that I'm sure whether That question box is working. Okay, yes. So Sriraj says 1B. What about others? So one is saying that Jadidas, okay, Jadidas jackets sell in monopolistic market. However, their customers pay 50 for each jacket, even though the margin cost for each unit is 30. So this is what, why this excess markup is most likely due to product differentiation. There is nothing called price differentiation. Right? So because of product differentiation, they are able to have the markup. So first is B. Second, we just discussed right? What will happen in mass equilibrium? Again, both firms will act in their own self-interest and make a choice, assuming that other person will also make the most optimal decision. Net both will cheat. So second is B. Is that clear? What about third? Niharika, Saket, Sau, Sriraj, Harshit, Anjana, Karthik, you there? Hello. Niharika says third A, which is monopolistic competition is least likely to be characterized. Least likely there are differentiated products, so it is not, it is actually characterized. Then there are inelastic demand curves. In a sense, it is not perfectly elastic, but it is very close to elastic, right? A strong correlation between price and quality, it is there. That is why they advertise so much. They are differentiated products. Their demand curves are not perfectly elastic, but these are not inelastic also. So answer is third is B, because A and C are clear cut, right? And B is answer is very close to perfectly elastic or relatively highly elastic. So third is B. Think of elasticity always as that if you increase the prices, your demand will come down. So in competition, that will always happen, right? Elasticity is only when you have monopoly. Fourth is, which of the situation most likely present in an oligopoly industry? Most likely. So A is wrong. There are not large number of sellers. Plus, they are not low barriers to entry. They are high barriers to entry. It is like monopoly only. So fourth is, decisions are highly impacted by other firms' decision. That is why we discuss game theory and all these things in the context of oligopoly. So in oligopoly, instead of large number of sellers, there are less number of sellers. There are high barriers to entry like monopoly, but their decisions are highly impacted by other firms' decisions. In that sense, fourth is B. Is that okay? If you have any question, please type it in question box. I'm moving to 5th, 6th, and 7th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Please have a look and then we'll discuss. So what is the answer for question number 5? So fifth, we have discussed that in short run, product innovation will earn economic profits, while advertising will cause ATC to rise. It might decrease also. It might decrease ATC also if there is huge increase in sales. PI will have no impact, so this is wrong. In long run, it will not have impact, but in short run, it will have. And PI will decrease profitability. No, it will not. So fifth is A. Sixth, assume there are two firms in oligopoly market and they enter into an agreement to reduce output. What would be? Again, this is Nash equilibrium. So sixth is A. Both firms will default. Seventh is, so fifth is A. Sixth is A. Seventh, following statement best describes the situation when both firms default in above question. It will obviously approach to no economic profit. If both are defaulting, there is no economic profit. Economic profit is only when both are honoring the agreement. Then this will be shared by both. So seventh, A would have been the answer if they would have honored the agreement. Since both will default, there will be no economic profit. So seventh will be B. Eighth, which of the following situation is least likely to exist for an oligopolistic industry? So this we have to highlight least likely. Few barriers to entry. In fact, there are significant barriers to entry. There are a small number of sellers, so this is wrong because we are checking least likely. Interdependence upon competitors. Oligopoly, there is always interdependence. So this is also wrong. A is the right answer. Why? Because it is least likely. Actually, in oligopoly, there are high barriers to entry. Right? So whenever you are discussing oligopoly, you should always think it is very close to monopoly. And whenever you are discussing monopolistic competition, you should always think it is very close to perfect competition. So Sriraj is meantime asking why not B for question 8? Because they are asking for least likely. Actually, in the oligopoly, there are a small number of sellers, only 3, 4. So this is correct. This is not least likely. This is most likely. Okay. So I think with this we are done. We are still left with markets for factors of production. We'll discuss all this tomorrow, and then we'll discuss macroeconomics, which should be much more interesting than what we have discussed so far. So I think by this we'll close the session. If you guys have any questions, I'll wait. Otherwise, others can drop off. First it says bye. Bye.